Hello there. Welcome to the last week. Okay, my microphone is fine. Hello. Good. So, yeah, let's start. So, this is the fourth week, the last one, and in theory would be a more relaxed one. So, yeah, because we'll be talking about mostly non-technical stuff. And oh, my stream. Okay, I see. So, oh no, it's off. It's fine. Um, yeah. So we'll be talking about um, building, publishing a game, promoting yourself as a developer, and how to enter existing projects and lots of other things. And this Friday, for who wants to earn a certificate, you will have to complete a test, an exam, basically, which will test your knowledge live. And I don't have for it the format. And but yeah, it will be a very short one, quick, live one. And I don't know, guys, if you have been building anything, but yeah, basically there are two components for the certificate. It's a skill test and also just a subjective evaluation of the project that you've been working on. So if I remember correctly, three of you have selected a 2D to make a 2D platformer, or two of you. And that's why I've briefly kind of uh, give you an intro on how can you approach making a 2D platformer in Unity, just for the course, just for the certificate. Yeah, and in my opinion, like, this course provides everything you need for you to create one, and it's just you know, your time. You have to put the time to make it, and that's it, basically. This whole course is also mostly like an experiment. So I want to say, if a free course motivates people to put in the work, so far seemed like it's not, basically. Like, I mean, at least out of 24 people who completed the survey and 16 who confirmed the presence, there's only the two of you guys here, and yeah, we'll see. Or maybe there's like a third one and a fourth one. Maybe people just can't watch live, which is fine. But yeah, just the idea is that I don't want to rush you into anything, or um, basically you can take the test whenever you want, and it will be based on what I think is the most important from this course. And I mean, there is a concept of passing or not passing, but it's not like a very, it doesn't make a difference on how your certificate would look. There will be the points, so the score that you get on the test, and also the score that you will get on the practice project. But if you don't pass, I won't put the score there. That's a nice thing for me to do. So yeah, if you pass, it will be obvious that you passed, and if you don't pass, it won't be obvious that you didn't pass. So you can take it probably multiple times. There's no structure on how often can you take it or stuff like that at the moment. If there will be a lot of people, and I will need to basically have a system to remember who took it and who didn't, of course I will think about that as well. And of course the rockstart.ai platform would just take care of all of these things once it's done. But yeah, let's see, Colin, you're asking, for the skill test, would it be possible to review the presentations anywhere, the slides? I'll think about that. I'm not sure I would want to share them, but I'll have to weigh in the pros and the cons. And yeah, it's basically the first course that I ever did in my life, and I don't know if it's what would be the implications for me to share the screens. I think, I mean, right off the bat now, the net impact would be positive if I share the slides. But I want to think just to zoom out and see like uh, yeah, if there'll be any negatives as well. Uh, yeah, I think in the middle of this week, I will have an answer for that. It's like a 50-50 for now. But yeah, I don't know of any tool that can take a video and cut out the all the poses, all of the maybe not important stuff, like an LLM based thing that can, out of my 5 hours, turn it into 2 hours and something like that. But yeah, I know like these streams are long, and I kind of also, it's not that I intended them to be this way, but it's a good thing that uh, it's a slow paced, like paradoxically, it's an intensive course because it's only 1 month, so 4 weeks, but there are a lot of hours, right? And I'm not a very fast talker, and like it depends on the moment of the day, but especially in the evening, I'm not a fast talker, and that kind of, I mean, that can half bore you, half relax you a bit, because we're not rushing into just giving you the information and everything. So yeah, I don't know how will that work. How do you see that, guys? But yeah, that's my current style. Yeah, and I understand that reviewing all of the live streams, 2 hours, 5 hours, some of them, it might not be ideal because it's just a lot of time there. I'll think about it, but by default, assume that I won't be sharing the slides so that you can proactively just look at the more important streams. Yeah, but I'm not sure, so I will give you the answer later this week. Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. Yeah, we'll see about slides. He thinks there are two of us, but it's actually just one. Well, I see two of you guys. Yeah, so the idea is to I don't really like to give you a test where you have to remember something only for the test. So if it doesn't stick, because I don't want to encourage a world where people collect diplomas and certificates. Like, and I mean, I want to make sure that the important stuff has already stuck with you. And yeah, maybe just a recap for some things, like maybe I might give you, for example, I might create chapters. Actually, that's a good idea. I need a bot, a YouTube bot, or somewhere where you mention the bot, and it creates chapters for you automatically for the videos. Or probably, let me actually put it here. So yeah, So I'll be creating chapters. So that thing will be kind of a slide deck in a way, right? A kind of a presentation like this. So you will be seeing, you can hover over the seek bar on YouTube, and you'll see all the chapters. And that's, I think, it's the best of both worlds. It's also less work for me and less things to be aware of. Less things. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Actually, I really like that. Just have chapters, and it's, you have the full context there, not only the slides, but also like me talking about them. You can mute me if you just want to see the slides, right? Because I'm going through all of them on the video lessons. So yeah, that's the perfect thing. And about what the what the course would, what the test will be about. So in order to pass, you would just need to know very basic stuff. Yeah, in order to pass, you would need to know like the basic coding stuff, the basic the events, the order of execution of events for a mono behavior, game objects, prefabs and prefab variants. Yeah, it won't be hard, I think, to pass it. But like to get maximum score, it would be hard. If you want to take like 100, it'd be hard. And yeah, like I won't go very deep into the coding patterns and all of that. But I will basically just assume that out of every day I will extract, let's say we have like 20 days, right? 20 days. And out of each day I will extract like 5 questions, let's say 100 questions. That might sound a lot, but a lot of them would be just choice based. And it will take some time to create that test. I'll see how will that go. I think I'll do it in a day. I don't think it will take that much. We'll see. Yeah, and about the practice test, so basically you have to create a game, and I talked about this in the previous sessions. I don't remember when. I think on the first day on the previous week. Yeah, day 1. I talked about what the practice test should be, and not the practice test, the practice project. Like the project assignment. That's like the correct terminology. And yeah, like it shouldn't take you more than, I don't know, a few days, or like 5 days of 2 hours per day or something like that. Yeah, and you'll have to just code with me together, in the sense that you would look at what I've been doing in the last week. So basically I coded for 4 days. Yeah, and if you think there's something that I haven't covered, just I don't know, just try to do what a good game developer does and Google it or LLM it. And that's like and that's the reality. Like that's how it works. You shouldn't ever want somebody to tell you all of the steps, because that, I don't know, turns you into, I don't know, a robot or someone that has, I mean, it's not healthy for someone to give you all the instructions on how to do something. Like out of 100 instructions, they should give you like 90 or 92, I don't know. And I mean, especially where the remaining 8 instructions are somewhere on the internet, right? That's a good balance. Maybe too good to be. I mean, maybe it's too easy even. Yeah, and we'll see. Like, so you can just choose to take the course, to take the test at any time. And realistically, I might even think maybe the course would be ready next week, if not the current week. But I'll try to have it by Friday, so that I'll have the course. You need to be versioned so that on your certificate it will appear what version of the test you will get, like version 1.0, 1.1, and so on. And there will be like links to every version ever. Yeah, we'll see. Good. So today we will be talking about the real world, and yeah, basically what's the workflow, how will you build the project, building in the sense that turning your code into an actual executable for your target platform, and so on. Let's start. Let's start the presentation. And guys, if you can just go on YouTube and one of you can tell me if the music is too loud, because on the Google Meets there's no music, and I just want it to be barely audible. And I think it might be too loud. Okay, thanks. Let me turn it a bit down. Okay. Yeah, I want it to be barely audible, like my neighbors, as if my neighbors are listening to music, something like that, right? Yeah. Good. So what's the workflow? How do you start a project, run it, launch it, and maintain it post-launch? So the whole development cycle. So the guidelines here are just my own, that I've accrued throughout the years, and it might not apply to everyone, but it's just what worked for me since 2013. And I mean, I wasn't an expert there, so it's not like I was applying them since then, but maybe like since 6 years or 5 years ago, like I kind of started to do it the right way in certain areas, and I kept doing it the right way in more and more areas until like I have I've reached the current state where I'm doing kind of well on all of the aspects on a game development cycle. So that's why I'm creating the course. So where do you start with the project? So the most important question is, what's your time horizon? Is it 1 month? Is it 3 months? 2 years? And like, yeah, the bigger the project, the more you have to write in your game design document. So, and yeah, that's where you start. Like remember we talked at the very first in the very first lesson, we talked about the game design document. and that's literally where you start. So you have to write what you are doing. Like it shouldn't be like thing where, oh, I just want to do this, let me do it. You should do that if you're really excited about an idea. You should really do that for a day or two, like because you had this idea, like, man, I want to create racing game where you're actually playing I don't know, with the ball. Like, I know that there's a similar game like that. I don't remember what it's called, but um, yeah, like you're very excited about something and you just jump into it, and that's. I mean, it's good to do that. I don't. I don't say I. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. Um, but like if you're only relying on motivation to like work for 3 months, it won't happen. It's not happening. You need a plan and some kind of milestones that will give you rewards. So if you're making like a platform, let's say you think it will take 3 months, which means it will take 6 months. That's, you have to double basically whatever you think it will take. You have to have to segment your work in a way that you can have milestones for, like, you should achieve something at least once every week, so that because when you achieve small things, it it's an instant reward, and you can keep you can use that energy to work on the next thing and the next thing, and you keep compounding that reward that you get from the smaller tasks, right? Instead of working on something that will take 3 weeks until you see the fruits of it, just try to, I mean, you will have stuff like that, but if you are working like on a thing that will take 3 weeks, try to also sneak in stuff that are very simple, so that you will have a sense of progression, and you will most probably, or you should use Trello as a starting point. So remember, Trello is this thing with boards, and it's very easy to use, this thing. It's very easy to use, and maybe there are like better solutions now, but last time I checked, it's free and works for small projects, medium projects, and a lot of big projects are also using it, and they are publishing, like they are keeping the boards public, so you can see them for full transparency. That's pretty nice. And yeah, that's what I was saying. Use small tasks so you can feel a sense of progress, and keep all of those like keep accruing energy, like collecting and growing the energy to create the next tasks and so on and so forth. um, yeah, so what's your time span? So you really have to think about that and put it on the game design document, like, okay, I'm working on a project which will take 1 year, so most probably 2 years, and like after 3 months I want to be able to publish it on Steam as an early access, or publish it on itch.io, which last time I checked is a free platform, a free alternative to Steam, and it's much easier to use. So that's the perfect place for you as just um, an absolute beginner or a beginner game developer, which like who just wants to show uh, his creation to, or her creation to their friends, right? Or put it online or stuff like that. And yeah, just have a clear path, like, okay, there's this process that many game development teams, and like the industry itself uses like you have an alpha, you have a beta, and then you have the release. And yeah, it's an okay structure. If your game is too small, like you might not even need all of that. Like you will directly release it, and then you don't have to think about releasing like a very big um, event, although it can be, because for example on Steam, when you release a game the first time, Steam boosts your game quite a lot so that a lot of people will see it, and it has an algorithm like TikTok and all of these things. So if out of 10 people one of them clicked it, so that's already 10%, which is a lot, and then it tries to bring it in front of other people and so on and so forth, and that's how your project can get viral. And I think all the platforms do this because they want good apps and games to stand out. um but after that, like after you first launch, you can just update it, release it again, and so on and so forth. Like you basically have to see around which of these stages, like alpha, beta, and release, around which of these stages will you want to iterate the most, right? And for example, PUBG, if I remember correctly, they are still in alpha or beta, or I don't remember. Like I played it in the pandemic. Yeah, and they were already making money and all of that, and they like technically were either early release or I don't remember on Steam. Um, yeah, so basically whatever works for you, but just keep it simple. Try to, regardless of your time horizon, like make sure you have like maybe 3 big milestones. Like I said, alpha, beta, and launch. And I mean, alpha, beta, and launch, like they can mean anything, but the rule is that the beta is more finished than alpha, and the release is more finished than beta. So you choose what that means. Just don't believe anyone who's saying that no, beta means this or alpha means this. No, that's just limiting. Um, yeah, and during each big epoch, 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 epoch of your project, like between 0 and alpha, between alpha and beta, between beta and launch, um, try to have like a lot of small tasks spread out together with like maybe big tasks, so that like I said, you will always have enough small tasks and uniformized, yeah, like spread out in a way that you'll always have them. Like each week you should at least have 1 or 2 things which you're proud of that you've created them, like maybe putting sounds, because that's pretty easy. Maybe, yeah, putting something, so you'll always reward yourself. And don't think about it as motivation, just think about it as energy. Like you're creating something and you are seeing it, you materialized in a way, like you're seeing it like you've worked on something, you see it there and it's there, and it's impossible not to feel like a sense of accomplishment, right? And it's a nice thing that the more things you complete, the more things you will complete, because the more energy then you have. You get the idea? It's like a snowball effect. Yeah, it's kind of we went motivational a bit here. But yeah, this is like the whole package. Like I'm trying to upload my knowledge into your brain. Um, it's not like just a game development course. It's like an everything course, which applies to game development. Or yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So again, speaking of this game design document, that's where you start. You create a page. You create a page on Google Docs or whatever you're using, but Google Docs, I used it. It's the most well-rounded, yeah, doc. provider. And yeah, just write, go back in the other lessons and take a look at where I was talking about the game design document, and even the previous week I was talking about it, and I kept going back and forth between me coding and going to the game design document. In bigger companies, somebody will have already turned the game design document into tasks in Jira or on a Trello board. And yeah, like I just liked it that way, where I had the document and I highlighted with pink whatever I think it won't make it in the final version, and white was on in progress or unclear, and green was done. And that was like my way of iterating quickly while also like streaming and yeah, saving time. You can try that as well. Yeah, and pink kind of it works because it's kind of a bonus, kind of an extra thing, a nice to have thing, and you can really use that. Like I used that for a project that took years. Yeah. So yeah, I won't be going through the game design document, I think, or will I? Oh, okay, yeah, I will. So yeah, let's take this. Like you have a slots machine game, which is very simple. I mean, at the fundamental level, it's very simple because you just press a button, and that's the whole game. Um, the algorithm, yeah, tries to match like what things will you have and so on. Yeah, like if you're thinking about a real game in the sense that you will be creating it to make money, probably. I mean, we are still needing money. We're not yet in that LLM abundant world, utopia. Uh, Maybe 10 more years. We don't know. Um, yeah, so probably like a 3 to 5 page game design document, right? Yeah, like overview what the game is about in a very short sentence or paragraph. The story and how you progress, if there is any. Like maybe you're starting playing slots machine in a like a bad suburb somewhere, and then you're progressing and you're going to better and better cities, and you're wealthier, and there's the button is made of gold, and you can have like you can get really creative. Um, yeah, what platforms it will run on. So it really helps to at least have an idea of whether you will have the game as a web or app on a PC or on mobile or on all of them, and in what order, because that will, yeah, that will save you a lot of time. Like at some points you will have to make a decision, okay, green or blue or something like that, and it will be no difference in it will make no difference in the amount of effort that you will put into implementing those things. But uh, depending on whether you will release on mobile or not, that decision will be really big. Like for example, you should only choose green instead of blue or something like that, right? And there's no effort for you at the moment, but there's a lot to gain down the line in terms of saving time compared to choosing probably maybe blue. And in 6 months where you need to go on mobile, you need another 3 or 4 weeks to undo that blue decision to make it green, right? So just it's one of those things, an 80-20 or yeah, 80-20 Pareto principle. Just do that effort and just hint it there. Okay, maybe it will be mobile or something, right? Or if it's mobile, maybe it will be PC or yeah, sub games, if any. Like maybe you have, I don't know, the slot machine, and you have at some point when a specific combination pops out, you enter inside the machine and you have like another game there that's not a slot machine game. And yeah, that would be also good to know. And of course, all of the like uh, things that are not negotiable or they are pretty standard, like graphics. Like, what will you have examples of similar graphics, or maybe you already have some graphics in a Google Drive or somewhere that your designer created, or depends on your team if you're alone or with more people. And again, with sounds, it's the same as with graphics. Like, what sounds will play when you press the button, or when you press the button and you don't have money, or when you press the button and you have a lot of money, or it's your like there's a specific role called game designer. They just think of what the game should be like, and they decide all of these things. And of course, a lot of people are, they themselves are doing it. Yeah, and monetization if applicable. So for a slot machine, that would be like running out of credits, and you have to purchase credits when you don't have them anymore. Or if you can't purchase them, you have to play some sort of game, or you have to wait until tomorrow because you get stuff for like each day you get some credits. Yeah, and that's your like 3 to 5 page game design document. And this is like a real game I'm talking about. And yeah, you should really take the time to create this thing. And I think it will serve you well, and it will change. It always changes. But yeah, like for this course, for example, your game design document should have maybe 1 page or two, I don't know, for the project assignment, right? But in real world, like 3 to 5 page, like, so sounds pretty decent. Yeah, for a game like PUBG, you'd probably have at least 50 pages for a game design document, multiple people involved, and ways to share changes. Google Docs in, yeah, and keeping track of what's made, what's modified, and so on. Like you'll have the document itself probably in Markdown format, and it's this convention that, for example, the READMEs on GitHub are in Markdown format, and the file extension is .md Markdown, and it's the best format. It's the best format in terms of visibility and simplicity of editing it. And you can basically have your game design document in a GitHub page, a GitHub repo, and you can see all of the changes that people have made on those on that game design document. And now with LLMs and all of that, you can just have like a bot or a GitHub action that executes automatically, which goes over your Jira board or Trello board, and gives you notifications about, hey, this task is in progress, but it was just deleted from the game design document or changed. And it will yeah, set emails. And I'm pretty sure people are already working on these things. Like each platform has its integrations or its apps or whatever. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works, or it will work soon. Yeah, but I mean, there is a chance that maybe PUBG was made by, I don't know, 5 people. I don't know. Because if you have a really focused team and really like crazy dedicated team, yeah, you can just move mountains. But for the most of us, we need the structure and conventions and process, and just to follow an almost rigid or mostly rigid framework of work. Yeah, as I said, Trello, task tracking for small projects. Then there's Asana. I haven't used it, but I know a lot of people use it. Jira, so medium to big projects, and maybe Notion. I haven't looked into it. I've heard about it a lot of times, and I've tried it a few times. Overall, if you have time for it, I think it's worth exploring. I think it might just replace everything here. because it can. Some people also use their Notion boards as with their websites. So yeah, it seems like it's pretty useful. And I think I mean, if you're okay with paying for like more advanced features, or like for more content, or to raise the some limits, because I know there are some limits there. I think Notion is like the best at this point. If you're willing to do that, yeah. And Notion, you'll find it. It's quite popular. And there's this thing about so basically the project wiki. So it's like Wikipedia for your project. So you have the game design document itself can lie here if you don't have it in the Google Docs, or you don't have it in GitHub as a Markdown formatted document. Yeah, you can put here, because imagine that let's say a very big company, I don't know, let's say like Tencent, that has a lot of games and they have a lot of intellectual property, right? So they have maybe thousands and thousands of documents on how to do certain things, and like meeting notes and a lot of those things. And that's what the project wiki is about. It's basically a, a place where you have directories and categories and documents and all of that, and it's integrated with other tools and so on. And that's what Confluence is, and it's native to Jira. And basically Atlassian, I think that's how you pronounce it, have created Jira and Confluence. And basically you can reference Jira tasks in Confluence, and Confluence documents in Jira tasks, and so on. And but of course you can integrate Jira with GitHub, and maybe even Trello, and you can also integrate Confluence with others. Yeah, so every project needs a wiki, but I mean, if your project is it's small, you can just have or if you're alone in it, you can just have a Google Docs. So maybe it will span on 2 or 3 Google Docs. Like one, it's like the game design document. One is, I don't know, maybe you want to put your tasks as well there. You don't want to use Trello. Yeah, I don't know what else. Like maybe publishing copy, in the sense that like the what text will you write on your socials when you will be publishing it, or something like that. Yeah, there's a lot of things, or ideas. Yeah, but just make sure you won't get stuck into this thing where you are only writing on the wiki or on the tracking, because there's this tendency to just do work. So do work to feel like you're progressing, but doing work does not equal progressing. It's better just don't have anything in Jira or in Wiki, and just work on a project than to only work on these things, tracking and project wiki. So yeah, just try to apply that 80/20. Just write the what's absolutely needed. So the things without which your project would be really hard to implement. Yeah, I have this framework of thinking. Like, I don't know, maybe if or other people have it or not, but when I try to understand something, I'm asking myself not how it works or why it's needed, but what will happen if that thing will not be possible, or if, I don't know, if for example somebody says like I have to do something like this. So these are the steps, like 1, 2, 3, 4 steps for a certain process, and step 3 kind of confuses me. I don't ask for a clarification. Okay, what's the third step for? Like, I don't quite understand. I'm actually just asking, okay, if I don't do step 4 or 3, whatever, what will happen? And I don't know, my brain is wired in a way that I immediately understand it. Like 100% of the time, I understand it when people explain it. And sometimes people can't explain what will happen if I don't do that. And I just probably, like, maybe like 80% of the time, I just discovered a redundant step that it's not necessary. So yeah, it's like a far tangent here, but it's very important. Like, try to see, okay, what will happen if I don't do that, right? And if the answer is not much, then just don't do it, right? Work in your project. Yeah, and Google Docs are harder to organize, but might work, yeah, for very small projects. And yeah, basically 3 slides ago, I talked about how you should define a roadmap. Basically, that's like alpha, beta, and launch. That's a roadmap, and you can have it as detailed as you want, but try to not, again, spend too much time on detailing it. Yeah. Does your, like, yeah, you can write it in the game design document as a, like, an overview, a high level view of it, and then link your roadmap document in the game design document for more details for who wants to dive deeper into it. And yeah, let's see if your project can have 2 or 3 stages. Yeah, I kind of talked about this already. So yeah, will you be launching an early ugly version in 1 month to gather feedback or build it in the open? And that might make sense for some people, and for some might not make sense. From what I've gathered until now, probably, I think at least 80% of people think they shouldn't show their project to other people, either for out of fear of having the idea stolen or something like that, or out of shame that it's too simple and ugly and stuff like that. But I think, like, out of those 80%, I think maybe only 5 or 10% of them are right. So, like, not 0, but 10. So 8 people say that, okay, I don't want to show it because people will steal the idea, or I'm just embarrassed. Just one of them is right. 1 or 2, I don't know. No, just one of them is right. So, especially if you don't have a huge following, or if you're not working on a AAA, like a game where there are, like, good reasons, financial analysis where it doesn't make sense to launch early and stuff like that, you should talk about it. You should create a Twitter account, an Instagram account. Even better if you post it in your own name if you're like a solo developer. And what I saw is people also use Twitter, but I saw that on Instagram, people are more keen to interact with art stuff. And I think that's kind of, if we go a bit into politics and all sorts of stuff like that. So Instagram and probably Threads, it's more friendly to artists. And Twitter is, I don't know, the opposite of that. But not in a bad way. Like, they complement each other. I think that's my... that's how I think, that's how I feel it is. I don't know. But when I posted about this course, I saw when it was more visual, I had more interactions on Instagram, and otherwise I had more interactions on Twitter. But I had also overall a bigger tendency on Instagram to get more interactions, more reactions. And I have kind of the same number of followers, so it's not about that. Yeah, but my final advice would be create an Instagram and a Twitter account. And on Twitter, yeah, you have to buy Twitter Blue, at least as of 2024 to get reach. You'll get a lot of reach with Twitter Blue compared with not having it. Um, that's the way it is currently. Um, yeah, and do it in your own name if you can. That will help quite a lot. So try to make an effort and just show the face behind the project, whether literally or metaphorically, like show that there's a person working on this, and people really vibe with this thing. Like it helps a lot. It really helps. Um, yeah, enough with this. Yeah, something similar. So it's recommended to start early, like I said. Build a following, and the way you build a following is I'm not a social media expert, but what I know for sure is when you provide value, you will get value or you will get a following. Yeah, so it takes work. It takes work basically. You have to provide value for the people, and sometimes value will might even mean just um, interacting with other accounts, bigger accounts, engaging in conversation. Depends on the platform. That's more available on that's more true on Twitter. Um, yeah, and give people feedback, get into communities and all sorts of stuff. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, with the right hashtags, try to not use too many. Try to use like maybe 3 as a rule, and on Twitter it's even like 1 maximum. You have to read about it. But it's 1. Like don't use more than 1 unless that. Yeah, you can use maybe 2. They penalize hashtags because they just use AI to find the right content now. So they kind of want to penalize hashtags. I think on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, especially TikToks, they work. You can put more on TikTok, I think. Yeah, and shorts work very well. A lot of people are using shorts. Maybe you already know this. Yeah, and share your progress. Launch often. So yeah, like I said, like 1 month would be a good way to launch. And defining launch is not a simple thing because launching means you're telling people what you're working on and telling them where to get what you're working on, or if there is something to get. Yeah, just doing it often is a good way of building some following. Yeah, and you can even look into Kickstarter, and there are other platforms, Indiegogo, and I'm not up to date with what other platforms are there. But a lot of people had success with those platforms as well. I'm still yet to look into them. I feel that there was like a missed opportunity there at some point. But I don't know. I'll see. But hopefully you guys can get the chance to use Kickstarter at some point to crowdsource your project. So you can have like, I don't know, if you're maybe from a country where $1,000 is a lot, you might get into Kickstarter, and but there's also like costs of creating the assets, the I call the visuals, for all of the milestones and all of those stuff. If you are creating yourself, it makes sense. Then it's cheaper. But if you're like from a country where $1,000 is a lot, you can even put that like $1,000. I don't know what's the minimum, but you can put like that's my target, and if you reach it, that's great. So you will be creating your. You'll have also like some validation, but also ideally you would already have a validation by that at that point. Yeah, you can put like 5k, 10k for your target budget to raise, and yeah, you can see a lot of people with like ugly games or weird demos and weird videos, they have their projects either funded or just partially funded. So yeah, just I don't know. I kind of giving myself advice as well here. You should try it at some point. And if you don't have an idea what I'm talking about, uh, crowdsourcing means you're basically asking for money, asking people for money. And there are people that are browsing Kickstarter and other platforms each day because they want to be, they either identify or empathize with you, and they want to be that guy that finds you and finds people who were maybe ignored by bigger investors, or I don't know. They just want to find the gold nuggets, right? It's like you're going on the sea and you're searching for shells and you want to find the nice ones. And there's always nice ones. They're beautiful shells and um, oysters, I want to say. Um, yeah, and there are people, like I said, that are browsing, who are browsing these sites each day, and they just want to be uh, to have the privilege of being the first one in investing in something that might be big, right? Like they will then say, like, man, I was the first one that I believed in you. Like I contributed with $500 to your campaign. That was 5K, right? Um, yeah, and yeah, there's a nice universe to explore there. Yeah, and this is the slots game roadmap. An example, and is a month. So first month we do the game design document, we gather the team, we do the roadmap itself. So this thing, right? We decide on the tools, like what the game engine, what game engine will be using, what task tracking software, if any, what documents, what version control, hopefully Git, budget, like what budget will we have for the whole thing, if we will have a budget, or if we will only be using free stuff and our time. Then second month we will do prototyping, including maybe user feedback. So yeah, like in the first month, if you, like in the simplest case possible, where you don't have a team and you will just be using Google Docs for everything, and you don't have any budget, like you can even finish this in maybe 1 week or in a day, maybe, I don't know. But as a general rule, like just I had to choose something. So let's say like a month if you're doing everything. Then the second month you do the prototyping. So this means you're just creating your first thing that shows the game's mechanics and everything, like your game's core, what your game's about, right? Not the main menu or all sorts of stuff, just the raw, the essence of your game, right? And yeah, maybe getting user feedback. Hopefully you're posting on socials, or you're talking about it with friends, but don't, I mean, friends might be too positive at sometimes. So then on third month we will be working on alpha, so iterating on more feedback. So try to have feedback a lot and try to have like ask people a lot. And at this point, like, you might even decide, man, this game doesn't make sense. I don't know, it just doesn't make sense. Like maybe there's already 50 games like yours and you're not coming with anything different, and you can come with something different, but maybe you don't want, or you don't know, or you've thought about it quite a lot, and nothing came to your mind, and you just see that you're getting a lot of negative feedback, in the sense that it just maybe doesn't make sense or something. And if that just happens, like, you have to see, okay, why am I working on this game? Am I working to learn programming? Am I working because I just want to do something? Or am I uh, believing in the idea so much that I know for sure that it will work? And based on that, you have to see, okay, will starting something new make more sense? Will turning this into another kind of game make more sense? Or what I'm saying is, and this is more of an art, and the more people you know, the closer you get to the truth. So it's kind of tricky. It's quite subjective. Like, okay, if out of 10 people, 9 people told me this game is not good and I shouldn't be doing it, I have to understand why they are saying that. And you won't have the luxury to have them also explain you why, but hopefully you can be persistent and ask them. And yeah, just figure it for yourself. Like, I can't really have a saying here, but it's common sense. Like, if 9 people out of 10 tell you that this game doesn't make sense, just try to do something else, right? So I just had to put this the negative outcome out of the way, so I can focus on this thing. Yeah. Then you do the beta, and it's the same thing. Maybe you add third party services like sign in with Google, or yeah, stuff like that. Then second month you do PR, release, maintenance, live ops. PR, so you'll just be posting on socials, and depending on your budget, you can just maybe pay an influencer or a game influencer on YouTube. That still works quite a lot, and on TikTok. And actually, there was like a lot of people study this, and the highest return on cost, or yeah, return on ad spend, let's say, or return of investment you get from influencers, because they have already followers which are proven to be real people, at least most of them, and at least for most of influencers. So when they say something, those people will, maybe at least 50% would be kind of interested, and maybe 10% of them will be quite interested, and they will check your stuff. And I mean, if they have 10k followers, that's like, if 10% of them will be interested in your idea, that's like already 100 people that will just watch your YouTube video about the demo or something like that. And that's a lot. And that's, I mean, for somebody with 10k followers, like, I don't think they will take more than maybe $100 or something like that to talk about your game. Like, it's just, you know, like 15 minutes of their time for $100. Like, imagine. Yeah, I haven't talked to any until now. I mean, I've talked just briefly, but I also have to explore this thing, because, like I said, it's the biggest return on ad spend, or it's the biggest return on investment with influencers. Good. And maintenance means just fixing bugs. And if you have like a server, if your game is more live and it's not like one, like you might have events running, like Christmas bonuses and all of that, which are not necessarily hard coded, and you're like, and that's, we're coming to the live ops part, where you are managing your game's content in some other place. Like, you have a dashboard somewhere, and there are also like platforms which allow you to do this. I don't know about any one of them right on the top of my head, but I know there are a few which allow you to do this. And Unity also had like live config or something like that. I don't remember if they still have it. But yeah, and that's what live ops means. So you've released your game, and without releasing another version, you are managing the game's content from some other place. So you can just press a button and all of your players will immediately see a pop-up like, hey, today is whatever the developer's birthday, and you get 30 credits for free or something like that, right? And that was not programmed into the game itself, right? That's like created afterwards. And Unity also has these things that are called asset bundles, which are now addressables. And actually, I haven't talked about addressables that much. Yeah, there are a lot of things I haven't talked about regarding Unity, but I don't know. In 4 weeks, maybe, yeah, it's kind of an advanced subject because it will take maybe 3 days to talk about addressables in the right way. Yeah, that's what live ops means. And you usually have them in bigger projects where you segment your people so that there are some people that are spenders, some people that are not big spenders, but they spend when they lose. There are some people that spend a lot when they win, and yeah, like, you know, we get into those things which I don't really care about those things that much, right? But yeah, if your game is big and you have like it's an in-app purchased based game, you would have a lot of things like this. So that when people, and yeah, this is a more general concept, people would want to usually they would want to see that your game is being alive in a way, so that you, yeah, like you have once a week, once a month, you have like a new level, or maybe you even just change the main menu's background, or add a new soundtrack, or yeah, just have events like this, or tournaments. That's like the default way of um, inspiring this sense of aliveness, where you have tournaments, and each month or something like that, you have a new tournament, and maybe it has a different name, a different theme, and yeah, that's kind of how you make your users feel that the game is alive, and it's not just a rigid piece of code that you wrote, even it's online. If it's online and you put it there, and it's kind of always the same, even though maybe you have 500 levels or something like that, right? Maybe you have a lot of content, but you still have to somehow make it explicit that you're still changing the game, not necessarily adding more levels or something like that, just yeah, just changing it in a sense. Yeah. And the most like one of the simplest things you can do, you can just change the background of like the lowest effort thing possible. You can just change the background of your main menu, right? And like Counter-Strike 1.6, when I was playing it, it had this thing called message of the day, MODD. So when you entered any server, each server had their own message of the day. And man, that really made you feel connected with that server's personality, and you got there, and like, man, I'm in a, like, this is real. This is like, it's not just pixels. There are people here, and the stuff is happening, and it's different than the other server. And today is new. Today is, I don't know, about something else. And yeah, I hope I conveyed that decently, because it's an important aspect to make your game feel alive. Also a tangent. Yeah, so starting, this is the starting part. So this is like the roadmap. And then you go into the production. So you're actually building a game. Yeah, Trello if you're small. Trello if you're small, or just Google Docs, and yeah, just start crossing them off. Yeah, and on Jira, there's this thing called Kanban or Scrum, but if you don't know about Scrum, probably you don't need it at this point. It's just a way of iterating in sprints, and usually 2 week sprints, where, yeah, I won't go into Scrum, but it's a nice thing to explore if you're curious. It works on maybe teams like have more than 2 or 3 people, and where projects might take months, not 1 month or something like that. But yeah, Kanban is what Trello has. Basically, to do, in progress, or done. That's the minimum 3 boards that you have to have, and usually you have a bit more of them. Like you have after done, after in progress, you have them in testing, and then done. Because usually a feature is done when you also tested it, and you can have your testers or people that are they are dedicated to just testing the thing, so they are motivated in breaking what you're doing, so you can catch bugs early. Yeah, yeah, that's for a bigger project. And yeah, I'm kind of, I'm pretty I tend to use Kanban a lot because it's easy. It's just 3 boards, like, again, to do, in progress, and done, right? While Scrum is, you can also view things like in terms of, are they in progress, are they done, are they testing, are they whatever, on pause or whatever. But it's a more structured way of iterating with your team, and it has generally more rules for how to do meetings, how to analyze what you've done, and see how you can do better, and analyze your velocity. Each task has what's called story points, and story points are what's the perceived complexity for that task. And it's not about how much it will take, but how much complex it is, because somebody can make it in 1 hour and somebody more experienced can make it in 5 minutes, right? So you have to uh, estimate it in terms of complexity, right? And at some point you will see, okay, the velocity of our team, like the speed of our team, is 50 story points per week, right? And at some point you're just doing this, and you will arrive at a point where your story points, you're really good at predicting the complexity of tasks. Like you'll be getting between 35 and 40 story points per week or something like that. And when you have that, you have a lot of power because you can predict the future. You can almost like predict how much some things will work. And yeah, they are called story points because there's these things called user story, which just means the description of a functionality. That's the user story, in the sense that like it's called that way because it's a metaphor for, or yeah, it's an analog to the user telling you what they want in the app, right, or in the game. Like that's the story that the user told you, the user story. And yeah, it's just, you can call it task, right? um but yeah, a lot of terminologies and processes there, but in a bigger teams. So just it's good to know. Yeah, just be aware about be aware of feature creep. So just like I said, having the sense of progress without progressing, at least not progressing according to your game design document. Like you might work on a lot of things, like, oh, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool, but in terms of game design document, you're still at 46%, let's say, and you were like last week on 46%, right? And you have to balance it out. So if you don't have a if you don't have a deadline, you still should be aware of feature creep, because projects can take just forever if you just keep implementing shiny things that you really want to implement. Yeah. yeah, be obsessed with listening to feedback. And a lot of people don't just they don't ask for feedback and they don't post their game and anything. Just make everything you can to build the door for the feedback opportunity to knock on it, right? Yeah, don't postpone finding your audience. They will give you free energy to work. Hashtags on Discord. I mean, there are no hashtags on Discord, I think. But I don't know what's hashtags. I don't know what I meant with this thing. Yeah, just basically find your people on Reddit. There are a lot of um, there are a lot of subreddits there. Like there's like, for example, just for Unity development, there's Unity 3D, there's Unity, and then there's Unity 2D. So just go on all of them, and there are also Twitter accounts, a lot of Twitter accounts that you'll find, and even in your own niche. And on Discord, there's GameDev League and a lot of other ones, and I'll talk about them. Yeah, the way you initialize, like create the project in the Unity Hub and open it and design the architecture in the sense that your project structure, like the files themselves, and the architecture of the code, like, okay, do I have ships? Do I have enemies? Do I have like enemies throw projectiles that can be of many types, and they sometimes drop weapon upgrades and the weapons themselves, and I have bosses, and I have waves, and I have levels, and each of these contain the previous ones. And yeah, the way you do that, like, it's better to also just draw it on your game design document, for example. And I mean, this works for if you're working on an app, right? You have a spec document specification or specification, whatever. A spec. Do you have a spec? That's the um, not abbreviation, but you know, that's the word for it. Um, yeah, you have your architecture there, ideally as well. Yeah, GDD is a high-level overview of your project's structure. Not only structure, but yeah, it's a high-level overview. Yeah, and on Unity, this is very important. You should know whether you'll use one or two scenes or multiple ones, in the sense that for our example, in our Duck Invaders game, I use one scene per level. So on the next level, on level 2, for example, which is not yet done, maybe I will make it in this week. We'll see. I'm loading the next level as a separate scene. There's also an indirect reason why I like it this way. First of all, it was made to work this way, and you shouldn't fight the game engine. And I did that heavily at the beginning. I tried to be extremely programmatic, do it extremely programmatically, but Unity provides you with a lot of things, and you should just play with it. You just have to cooperate with it. And the scene is a very good analogy for a level. They even call a scene a level in some parts of the code, if they haven't updated it yet. I don't remember. So you'd have like load level instead of load scene, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and scenes. There was something else I wanted to say here. You should know whether you're using on a scene. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to say the reason where I like an indirect reason for using multiple scenes, or for which I want to use multiple scenes, is it forces you to create a more modularized and independent and democratized architecture of your game. because then you have to think about, okay, everything that I have here will be unloaded when I load a new level. So I have to separate what can be unloaded from what can't be unloaded. For example, the game manager that we have that holds like the game and the game over screen, the game completed screen, and oversees the scene changes and what current level, what's the current level and all of that. And basically that's the thing that always survives, right? So the game manager always survives, and it's in its own persistent scene that's called "Don't Destroy Unload" by Unity. And you turn it into that by just attaching a script to it and calling "Don't Destroy Unload" method on it. Basically, you call that function. That's the way to do it. And yeah, that's a nice thing because it forced me to separate what I want to outlive the levels or to always be there present from the things that can be thrown away after I'm done with the level. Like I don't care about destroying the enemies that are left or destroying all of the objects or unloading them or releasing the resources. This is not C++, right? Where you have to yeah, just release our resources for every small thing that we do. Yeah, so because like Unity has garbage collection and all of that, like it's kind of assumed that we are more I don't know, less disciplined with the or not less disciplined, but we are more focused on the functionality than releasing resources yeah, all the time. Okay. Yeah, you should know what third-party plugins you'd use, what audio formats, because some have to be different between mobile and PC, but we won't go into that. I know there was a problem with the MP3 files for with something with licensing. I don't know if they like addressed that or not. But it will be a long time until you'll have problems there. Yeah, will your game have a server? Like would you want your players to have an account or something like that where you're storing their information somewhere or their progress or whatever. And that's true with cross-platform games where you want your progress from your phone to be stored on your I mean to be shared across all of your devices, right? Yeah, and there's Amazon, I think this is from Amazon, GameLift, and also PlayFab, which also can provide you with some services for like, for example, like chat services, like live chat, like video, audio, uh, text, user accounts, logging in with third-party providers and all of that. Or you can do it yourself, like you can just Google how to integrate sign in with Google into Unity and you'll find a lot of things there. Yeah. And of course, is it solo or multiplayer? And multiplayer is hard. A lot of people do that, say that, and it is. So if it's online multiplayer, I mean, yeah, yeah. If it's multiplayer, it needs a very solid foundation. You have to think about it for a few weeks, probably with someone that has already done it. Yeah, there's a whole universe of plugins, frameworks, and tools that will allow you to have multiplayer. But my take from what I've worked in is if you can create your own backend and run it on hardware somewhere, that's the best way of not the best, but it's the most flexible way, because you have full control over whatever happens, and you just most probably WebSockets, because they work on all the platforms, like in a browser, in a phone, on PC, and so on. And you will have to think a lot about it. And it's also different whether your game is turn-based or it's like a real-time shooter. And there's, yeah, you'll usually need help in that, but just don't be discouraged. Like it's better to just try and at some point find out that what you are using it's not right for you than not doing anything, right? You'll learn a lot. Like I've used a few solutions this way, and I've find out I found out that okay, I have to create my own. Yeah. And a thing here is, at least at this moment in time, like 29th of July 2024, Unity doesn't have any acceptable networking solution that I'm aware of. Um, yeah, it's they had like I think at least 3 iterations for making a networking solution, and they just had there a lot of problems. But that's what I've read about them, and yeah, like I haven't used them to have like uh, a strong case against them. So just also try them, like try their own networking solutions. Like I think it's called Unet, or I don't remember. Yeah, try and see. Just if you have a lot of time to learn. Yeah, like I said, start with what makes the game fun. So depends on how it starts. But I mean, if it just starts as an idea in your brain and in the morning, and then at lunch you just want have you have this urge to program it, just do that. You'd like maybe you like some mechanics for how some swords are um hitting and stuff like that, and yeah, just do that. And that's the easiest way of starting, and that's kind of already how people are starting their games. Yeah, then slowly build around that. Yeah, if you're doing it this way, like you have players which and you should have players that will test your game. And if you even if you don't have them, just you should kind of plan for this, and that, like, assume that people will want to play your game. And I mean, the easiest is to just have a Windows or a Mac build or Linux build. They are the same. It's very very easy to create that executable. um yeah, and you can just do them, like build them and just send them, right? But there are GitHub Actions, for example, where there's a different, like a whole universe of learning there, where when you are pushing your code to the repo, to the GitHub repo, the build starts automatically on their servers. And you, if I remember correctly, you have 2000 minutes of build time per month, and that's enough. I think I never reached that limit, and I've built quite a lot, and it's just yeah, I didn't reach it. Um, and it's free, and yeah, you'll be building the game in the cloud, and there are a lot of. It's basically working with Linux scripts to automate your build, um, and then uploading that build somewhere. And you can even attach it as a release on your GitHub page, which is very simple to do. So you have like a command line that you can call on Unity without opening the Unity UI. And yeah, I don't have time to show that here, but you can just find like CI, like continuous integration for Unity, and you can just ask maybe ChatGPT, like, what's the simplest way of delivering my a Windows and a Mac build um, to my testers for a Unity project that's on GitHub, and it's free. And just the simplest way possible, and it will tell you about GitHub releases. So, and that means like maybe you've used it on each GitHub repo. You have like a releases section, and there's like those releases, and you can put them manually or not, and so on. Yeah, and that's how you will send things to your testers. Yeah, at the basic level, you would just iterate maybe once every 2 weeks and send your testers the build manually. Like put it maybe on Google Drive and set it as anyone with the link and send the link. Yeah, and there's good like create tasks from feedback. I mean, it's kind of obvious. You have a feedback, and I discovered this thing with I really like it. I don't know, maybe there's a better way of doing it. Canny.io, I think it's called. Very recently, and it's very easy. Like you can, where's get started, product features. Yeah, basically we can have multiple boards, which means they can be modules of your app or game, or they can be different apps that you're working on. And people enter your and you have like a domain like myapp.kenya.io, and yeah, you'll have, for example, here this can be your modules of the game, and people can already just write their write stuff there. I think it's this guy. This guy, this guy just took over this subdomain, ideas bugs, which is it's it's a guy who wrote a lot of AI stuff, and yeah, this is his Twitter, and this is basically his all of his apps, and yeah, this is like these are the apps as well, the same things, and you can just write here like title and details, like hey, I found a bug, details, or I want that, right, details, and you can create a post, and I think you have to sign up or something, right? And it also shows your users when somebody else asks that, and they can upvote things here, right? And it's simple, and you can use it, right? And there are things other platforms that are free, and this is also free, but there are some limits, right? As you know the drill. So yeah, that's a nice way of getting feedback, and that's like your users' feedback can also be thought of directly as a task. And it's nice that they are prioritized by the number of upvotes. So it makes sense out of the box. Like it's the lazy approach of prioritizing tasks from the feedback. Yeah. PR and launch. So we were into production, PR and launch. Yeah, this also includes alpha, beta, mini launches, like when you are showing those things to the world. Yeah, and like I said, alpha, beta doesn't mean anything in particular. Just you go from prototype to alpha, beta, and release. Yeah, don't underestimate building hype on socials. Yeah, it takes a lot of effort to get followers if you want to do it the right way. But you have to provide content, and it's even called like content marketing, right? You provide something of value to others, and eventually you will get followers and you'll get your reach. Yeah. And yeah, funny. I mean, funny content. I think it's even like has the highest ROI in terms of followers per time spent for creating posts. So yeah, that's something that I also have to learn myself. Um, like I haven't posted too many funny things, but related to your content, of course. Yeah, and this is a big subject, launching. So bigger teams have like bigger companies or medium companies have at least one person that does this thing, and this is like almost everything that they do. They go to each platform's dashboard, they enter like titles, they complete privacy policy, terms and conditions. They say, okay, is this game targeting children under 30, 13? Is this game like a politically, I don't know, nuanced game? Is this a news app? Is this a health app? Is this a financial app? And all sorts of questions and stuff. And I'll show you later for the Android store. Um, but yeah, and each, it's very time consuming. Like just at least the try to, like, if launching is important to you, like if or how should I phrase this? Yeah, and let's say you want to launch on Steam for PC, on Google Play, for Android, on App Store. It was called Connect. I don't know if it's called Connect anymore. Yeah, iOS App Store, Apple App Store. Each of them have their own time consuming processes. And yeah, usually it involves paying an yearly membership fee, and not for all of them. I don't remember. Maybe the Google Play console is not per year. App Store is $99 per year. Because here's where the money is. A lot of people from iOS devices, they are more willing to pay because, I mean, it's kind of understandable, but also the Apple's App Store has less content, which is, and it's more. I mean, that's my sentiment generally. That the content on the App Store is less and of higher quality, and people like already know that they're already used to paying stuff. Like they already know that what's on the App Store, it's probably all right, right? Like, and yeah, and for this reason, also when you submit your game for review, it will take a lot of time, and probably you'll get rejected a lot of time if you're very early into this career, like, because there are lots of things that you have to um, take care of to make the game easy to understand, to not have like any obvious bugs and so on and so forth. And that's why people are willing to pay more on App Store, because they have this incredibly, or just very rigid review policy, right? Yeah. Yeah, and all those dashboards are intimidating at first, and you have to get used to it. Yeah, you have to get used to them. They are always changing. So what I am doing, I just bypassed my brain that says me like, man, that's so complex, everything, it's very complicated. I'm just looking for what I want. Okay, so I want to upload a new build in the like open testing track on Google dashboards and dashboard, and I'm just looking for that thing. Like I'm trying to skip everything, and I'm just and a lot of people do it that way as well. But I genetically want to understand every possible section in this in the in the dashboard, and that's like counterproductive. I'm not made for this thing, and I have to bypass that and just try to just do what I want, like do the minimum effort to get to what I want to do. Yeah, and for all of I know this on Apple Store. I don't know about Google Play because I already like used the company name, but you can use your name or a company name. And at least on Apple App Store, it's the easiest is to just start with your own name. And I don't know if somebody knows, maybe I don't know, maybe somebody has a different opinion. I don't know. You can comment and let me know. But I think the easiest is to just start in your own name. You just pay the $99 membership fee and start uh, building, or you probably have already started building because you can play the game on your device for free. Like you connect your device to your laptop, your iOS or tablet, whatever, and you can just build it. And it uses a debug, like a development ad hoc, I think it's called, or personal build type. So it's free and you can test it on your device. And you can even send it, I think, to people for free. I don't remember, but yeah, when you're ready, you should like pay that $99 membership, and you'll get access to a lot of stuff. The most important one is Test Flight, where you can just send your game to anyone in the world that sign up on a link, right? And they will get your app or game like live, like just a few seconds after you press release, they'll get a notification. That's pretty nice. And this is for testers mostly, or early adopters, yeah. And what I wanted to say, yeah, and start as an individual, and then you can later upgrade to a company account, organization account, which has some good perks like automation. Like I said previously, you can have like a GitHub action where you push code and it builds. It can build, for example, for iOS as well. So that's quite good, and it's a very complex. I mean, it was a complex process. I don't know how it is now. But yeah, it's another thing. But if you want that to run smoothly, basically to run your continuous integration, that's what it's called. Smoother, like more smoother. You'd need a company account, because you can have that's what, if I remember correctly, you have like an API key, and you can only get that if you're like a company. But just start as an individual, and it's the same price, and you can upgrade easily to a company account. And on Android, I think it's the same. And on Steam, I think you need a company. I think you cannot publish in your name, but I don't remember. And of course, publishing your own name under your own name might not be acceptable for some of you. Like maybe you don't want to put your name there, and that's like another reason why you might want to start as a company. But even if that's true, just start in your own name, just the beginning, and then you can convert it into a company account like very easily. I mean, sorry, kind of easily. Yeah, you have to do some things, but they are mostly free if I remember correctly. Yeah, and there are privacy policy and terms generators online. You basically complete a form, questionnaire, and they will give you your privacy policy. Like they'll ask you, okay, are you collecting your users' locations or stuff like that, right? And with Unity, most of the time, probably you'd have to answer yes, because Unity, like even if you aren't collecting it, Unity is collecting it, and you basically will have to ask maybe ChatGPT, like, okay, what are uh, the minimum privacy policy terms I should use in my privacy policy if I'm using Unity, because they are collecting some of this stuff. And you can turn it off if you are really like looking into it. Some of them you can turn them off, like some analytics and some stuff. But some of them are not, you cannot turn them off easily. So you have to basically write your privacy policy with that in mind. And this is just a document. This is a thing that you generate online, and you can link it to your, just try to link it on your own website. Like you have a GitHub Pages website, which is free, and put your privacy policy there in terms and get a URL for that. Don't like use these sites where they host your privacy policy for you because you depend on them. Then that's not good. Yeah, don't underestimate how much time all of these dashboards will need, because each store needs a description for your, apart from what we've discussed, like regulations, in the sense that you're saying, okay, is my app a financial app, is a whatever app, yeah, all of that stuff. You also have like the title, description, shorter description, screenshots, feature image, icon, like the launcher item icon, and what countries are you targeting, what devices. So you can also do that. um yeah, just don't underestimate. Like if you're saying like, okay, I've built my game and I'm launching in 3 days, in the sense that I will be putting them in on the stores, you won't be able to do that. For example, I've uh created a test app in my Google developer account just to see, just to know the steps so I can show them to you today. But they say like, for the app to be available, because I have like open testing is like alpha, then closed testing is beta, and release is release, right? That's basically, and I'm like in open testing phase, and it's still, or I think it was closed testing. Oh, I think I should have chosen closed testing. Yeah, but if I think like open testing might be like beta, and it's not like one-on-one correspondence. But yeah, I think closed testing is more permissive because it's closed, but open is not, because it's open and everyone can access it, and you need like a privacy policy and all of that. But they are, what I want to say, like they are like reviewing the first build that I've uploaded, and they said like it can take a day. So, and for Apple it can take like, I don't know, from 5 days to 2 weeks. I don't know, it really and this takes this much time at the beginning only. So after, when you upload your first build, when you upload your next build and so on, like it will take less time, like maybe a few hours. Yeah, usually somebody else handles all these things, and if you're in a bigger team. Kind of self-explanatory. You have to be active on socials on the launch day, and like prior to that as well, and have your team ready to respond to anything, including keeping an eye on the servers, and kind of maybe self-explanatory, but or obvious. And yeah, I'm talking more to medium and bigger teams here. Yeah, you can launch many times in a row, in the sense that you are, and you have like, yeah, a main launch, and then you have like a, another patch, another thing, and another thing. You're just posting, and maybe somebody finds out about you after your 5th patch, and they really like the game, and they then backtrack and look at your first launch, right? Yeah, maintenance and live ops. So let's see. Yeah, I already talked about this. So if you have a solo or offline game, it's obvious. You just fix bugs, listen to reviews, maybe use that Canny.io tool or similar tools that might give you more features for free. But that one is pretty good because it's simple. Yeah, patching your game, especially in the first week, because a lot of things will break, probably. For an online game, yeah, there are other aspects. So you have I've already discussed about this, like having events, maybe changing your main menu wallpaper, or like not your, but the game's wallpaper, so that all of the users will see that the game is alive and something happens there, like it's not a static experience. Yeah, you can have like events, and an event can mean anything. Like you might have like, I don't know, 5th of April would be all the items are discounted 30%, or you get double the bonus, or uh, you have maybe in a game where you have 5 lives, now you have like insta deaths, in the sense that it's kind of a rogue-like game. Like you're playing the level, and if you're playing that game, if you're playing in that day, you don't have 5 lives anymore. You just die instantly. Or I mean, depends on what your game designers have in mind. Yeah, on bigger games, live ops is like a whole department, and that takes. They are usually motivated by the in-app purchase aspect of it. Nice, man. Hi. Yeah, and they are motivated by the fact that that's probably their main source of income. Live ops. Yeah, I've already talked about this, like high achievers, rage quitters. Um, yeah, live ops. So doing stuff without releasing a new version, just doing it um, live, right? Live updates, and they usually mean like most of these changes will appear when your users relaunch the game, not immediately live. Usually, because it's pretty hard to manage the thing that way. Um, yeah, holiday stuff. So like it's Christmas, then you have bonuses, and you have snow in the game and that stuff. And we can talk about building actually for various platforms. Um, yeah, that's the cool thing with Unity. Let me take some water. You write once and build everywhere. So you write your code once and it runs on every platform for the most part. So yeah, Android, iOS, and everything. You write the same code, and there's just very like in-app purchases stuff, or just uh, functionalities that are native to maybe just mobile platforms. Those are the things that you will manually code in a separate file or something. Um, yeah. And there are some restrictions which are mostly about the Mac and the iOS thing. So if you are on Windows, on Mac, or on Linux, you can build on for all of the platforms: Windows, Mac, Linux, iOS, Android Web, and many more. But for Mac and iOS, because they have the strict quality requirements, yeah, quality strictness, and also, I mean, that's like the second reason. The first reason is they just want you to spend more money and buy Macs, and that's how I see it, at least. And yeah, so if you want to build for Mac or iOS, you need a Mac. And there are a lot of services I don't know which one is the best one nowadays, but there's Mac in cloud because yeah, just people want, for example, to see $25 per month. Let's say you are working on your game, you're testing it on Android, it's easy, everything works, and you're just testing it a few times per month or something like that on an iOS. And you just rent one of these. So instead of, if you're not using a Mac, um, usually you are lucky, like if you have a teammate which uses a Mac, but if you don't, you will rent one here, and you will just, like, your browser window will just turn into like a virtual machine, right? I mean, it's just like streaming. It's like a parsec if you've used it, or AnyDesk or TeamViewer, right? And you're basically having your own Mac that these guys have, and that's like you're cloning your repo from your GitHub. You're installing Unity. You're building it. You're installing Xcode, and I think they already, yeah, they have, like, you don't have to install Xcode and all of that. Like, you already have things here. They already, because they know their users. They know why people use these things. Like, they, or at least a big chunk of the users. Um, like, you have all of your code and you just want to build for iOS, right? And you use this, and yeah, you can build it this way without spending uh, $2,000 or whatever, on a Mac. But I mean, a MacBook Air is cheaper, and it works really fast, especially with these M chips, M1 and so on. Yeah. So $20, like, in a year, is 250. So I mean, no, 200, 300, 300, right? Yeah, 300. So it's still much cheaper than buying your Mac just to build, right? Good. Yeah, and this is how you build. We've already done it. Let me drink some water. Yeah. So Command Shift B. We went through this already. And select the target platform. Wait for import. Select the target platform. Click switch, then wait for import. You press here switch, so I'm already on Android, but here, like, I press switch. Click build or build and run, and since we are at the Android one, let's say, like, if should I do this now? I think I should do this now. So let me show what I have done. So quick thing here. Just ignore this publishing things here. So first, I've removed this thing. I mean, yeah, if you've been watching, like, this thing, because it's something that's Unity editor, and when you build, you cannot use Unity editor code in your final build, because this is just for the editor itself, right? And you shouldn't have, like, code that make it into the game that references editor. It just gives you a build error. Okay, and what I've done, yeah, application identifier, I will choose a different one here. Uh, okay. Scripting backend and okay, so what I've done, and I'm not sure if it's by default or not that way, but I went here on other settings, and remember we had mono first because it builds faster, but in order to release to the asset to Play Store, I think you can only release IL to CPP. And I went here and I had this unchecked, I don't know why, but you should have this checked as well, because I don't remember like which one is the most popular now. This is just the architecture of the Android device processor, and yeah, one of them is newer than the other one, but they are like the most used ones. So yeah, I checked that one. And what I've done, because I want now to really like create a release asset, which means I'm signing this build. So when the code is built on my machine, Unity also signs it. I mean, actually, the Android build tools sign them. It's as if I'm creating an app and I'm signing it with my own signature. And yeah, if you're getting started, you don't have a signature, you will just create it. But that's a way to certify to your end users that it's you who created that build. It's like when you're opening an app or on, let's say, Windows, and you see that UAC, I think it's called, user account control, pop up with like, do you trust this publisher or unknown publisher? Do you really want to open this, right? And that's what this thing is like. If like it's an it's the equivalent of that for Android, where you sign the thing and people know who signed it, right? And the way you do it, you go here, Key Store Manager, and you go like select existing if you have an existing one, and but most of you would just create new. Yeah, save it anywhere. I just saved it to this folder, publishing, in this in the project folder, so at the same level of the as the assets folder, publishing. And I have my user key store here, and I mean you can call it like Android.keystore if you want to remember what it's for, because user.keystore, maybe, I don't know, you might not know what it's for, right? And yeah, you'll be creating a password for it. Just try to not lose it. An alias if you want, and validity, first and last name, organizational unit, organization. But yeah, you can just leave this blank for now, right? I think you only need the organization, maybe not even this. Yeah, and it will create that thing, and yeah, you just like select existing and publishing, and you will be selecting it, but it already selects it automatically here. And that's it. Like it also adds the password here. And yeah, I don't know about this. Maybe like you can have a key store can have multiple projects. Yeah. And if something doesn't work, like you just try to watch a tutorial or something, right? But it's pretty easy. Like you go here, write these things here, and it already generates it for you, and it already types this thing here as well for you, if I remember correctly. And now when you build your like Command Shift build, when you build it, you do this thing, build app bundle, Google Play, and make sure development build is disabled. And release, I don't know, is there a thing that's, 1 second. No, that's all. and you just build it, and you will get this guy here, build.aab. Basically, you give it a name. It's generally a good idea to put it in a build folder that's called build, and you have like your android.aab maybe or something like that. That's their extension. They also have like apk, so ap and letter k, but aab is a newer format, and this is like the best one if you want to just drag and drop it to your in your Google Play console. Yeah, let's go back here for a while. Um, yeah, there's this subject of optimizing assets, because you don't want like to display like 20 megabytes of textures in your mobile. So you want your mobile to have smaller textures usually than on PC, for example, and that's like a lot of um, conversions and a lot of things doing there. A lot of things you have to take care of. You usually have a lot of scripts that do that for you, right? Lights. Um, yeah, but I mean, there also Unity has all of these things where if you go here, for example, in a texture, you can do this. So T colon texture, and you get all your textures. And here you see in the importer, yeah, I mean it's inspector, but you call it importer for assets. You have like on default, like what's the size on, yeah, this is the default ones, and for each platform, like for Windows, Mac, and Linux, or Android, or iOS, or WebGL, like in your browser, you can override like what's the maximum size, right? You can make it look really ugly if you want, really for WebGL. And yeah, that's what you'll do for all of these things. But it's not like a first step. Like this will come much later. So it will come later when you first test your game, and if it drains the battery like hell, or if your phone overheats like hell, then you will look into how to how to address that. Yeah, and each platform has its own player settings, and there are so many that we shouldn't even go into them that much. But it's usually Android has, yeah. So you have your company, you have your game's name, you have an icon. Let's give it an icon. So I've created this publishing folder, which has an icon, which is 512 by 512. And yeah, it's something. It's one taken from. Yeah, it's from the internet. Let's see, base maybe. Yeah, default icon. This. And yeah, I don't know about these things if Android already override. Okay, so for Windows and whatever, it takes this one. Dedicated server. Okay. For WebGL, there's no icon. Yeah, and basically you have to do it here. Yeah, I just, this bores me a lot, like to set up an icon. I don't have time for this. Yeah, you just, there's a lot of things here you have to figure out yourself. This was like the initial way of doing it. Like you have the legacy icons, you put it here, and it manually downsizes them to like 36 by 36, like depending on your device and so on. But you can like override them if you want, like for this thing, and yeah. Yeah, and these things are for API 25 and 26, so newer stuff if you want to have your nice icons with layers and all of sorts, all of the stuff. Yeah, player settings, and you have your icon and you have your like company name, product name, and these are shared across some platforms, some of the platforms. Invalid characters, probably to dash, and you'd usually do it this way. Like, I mean, if I wanted to be completely technical, you'd use like, so if the website is rockstar.ai, you'd write ai.rockstar, but it's kind of weird to read that way. So I would just write rockstar.ai.doc invaders. Or maybe you have your publisher who chooses your bundle ID. But this is for Mac Store. Yeah. Yeah, and then you have for Android, you have com.rockstar.ai.docinvaders. Just keep it lowercase. Then for iOS you have, and this is like your app ID on the App Store. And here you will enter an analog to the Android's key store thing that you created so easily, but for iOS you have to create them in their dashboard, and then you download some files and you browse them and you select them here, and then you will basically sign the build this way. But usually the easier way, if you're on a Mac, I mean easier if you are not building a lot. If you're building once per day or once every few days, you'll just go here and you'll do, where is it? Yeah, I will have to somehow find Xcode, but I knew I had it. Anyway, there's a thing here to choose to export the project and not run it at the same time. I don't think, maybe you cannot, but I don't know. But you'll basically be exporting an Xcode project, and then you open the Xcode project, and from there do these things. The signing theme and all of that. And it's a bit easier there. But I think you can do it here as well. I never tried it on a Mac. Good. Yeah, these things builds directly from the Unity editor, so I mean, let's do that now because it's very easy. You see, create Xcode project if you want that. But for the desktop version, you can just run it here directly. So build and run. Save us. If we are here, we do new builds, or build actually. Can I rename it? Yeah. Build, the new folder, Mac. Save as app. I mean, it will be called app.app, I think, or app.bundle maybe. And for, I think it's mono, that's why it works this fast, or not. You see, our icon was there. Nah. Oh, you see, there's an issue here because we have a different orientation. Let me press B to cheat. And you see what happened. Yeah, anyway. This is the game. Let's see, Alt Q. Okay. Command Q. We have to go into player settings, and in the resolution and presentation, resizable window is not active. Allow full screen switch. Okay. Default is native resolution. Yeah, because I think we have this thing here. 16 by 9. And Mac has this weird, yeah, it makes sense for productivity apps. 16 by 10, right? And that's why we weren't seeing that thing there. Default is native resolution. Yeah, you have to play with these things. There's a lot of things here to discuss. Let's build it again. I think it will work much faster now. Whoa. Yeah. I just pressed P, right? Again, because those are cheats. On P, I'm killing half of the things. Yeah. So I won't be playing this. So this is the game. Bam. And there's your executable, right? Build Mac app.app. This is your app. Show package contents. These are the contents, like if you really, but I don't know what you want to do there. And it's not signed, so it's a debug build. So in order to put it on the App Store, you'd have to sign it. Other settings. Is it here for signing or here? No. Or I don't know if you can sign it here. Oh, and it's mono. Okay, yeah, I see it. That's why it took the less time. Okay. iOS requires Mac with Xcode. Unity generates Xcode project and build final app in Xcode. And the way you do it, you go here, switch platform, no Xcode, automatically detected on your project to run your project. So when we are switching to another platform, what Unity does internally, it converts all of the assets to that platform's target format. And it's all done magically for you behind the scenes, and it's all stored here, cached in the library folder. Right, and yeah, that's why it works that way. And we have iOS and build and run. Run Xcode. I don't have Xcode. Interesting. No. Let's see, App Store. I want to bore you with stuff here, so I will be Xcode. Xcode. I mean, you search for Xcode, you download it. Shouldn't take much as this thing, but yeah, it's not using the whole bandwidth. Actually, my camera is not very well set up. Yeah, so the Xcode will install there. Then for Android, we install the Android SDK and NDK. It's usually installed for you automatically. Yeah, and you can override which SDK and NDK to use, like maybe a newer one, a bigger one, but the default one works most of the time. And output is APK or AAB file. So APK if you want to later install it or send it to someone, so they can easily install it, or AAB if you want to upload it to the store. You can also install an AAB, but it's a bit, you have to write a longer command line for it. But since, let's say, this thing is installing, we can just and another cool thing is that Unity has created this thing where you can switch between platforms faster now, because it compiles all of the, or it converts all of the assets in that library folder for the platforms, and when you switch the platforms, it doesn't delete those things. So the next time you switch back, it switches much faster. Previously, like, I don't know which version, maybe 2018 version, it just deleted the previous thing. So it always, when you had to switch the platform, it took a lot of time. Yeah, so we've already done this. So I don't, did we do it? So build a bundle, you press build, and yeah, I just won't go into won't start it again, but you'll get this build.aab, which we'll be uploading a bit later to the App Store, to the Google Play Store. Yeah, I'll come back. I just want to just not waste time. And there's also WebGL, right? And this thing outputs to an HTML and a JavaScript, like just a website, basically a static website. And you have to host it somewhere, and there's a way of hosting it on GitHub, and you will just write your repository's name dot your GitHub account name .com, I think, or something like that, and you can already play the game in your browser. And that's like the coolest thing, I think, because you can just send the URL to people, and they can just play the game directly. Yeah, it's a good thing to test on your target platform early. So once you have like your prototype or a beginning of a prototype, try to build it on all of your platforms, like iOS, Android, or whatever platforms you have, and see how it looks, see if your user interface is big enough or small enough, and all of that. Yeah. And especially true if you're building for mobile, so you always should test stuff on your target device. Yeah, these are some advanced things. For example, the standard shader in Unity, I don't know if it's optimized for mobile or not, maybe it is, but you will have to optimize your assets for each platform. But these are some things that you will be finding later. Yeah, so there's this thing called itch.io, and it's a poor man's Steam in a way. But it's not like, it shouldn't, I mean, I joked, so it's not something that you shouldn't use. It's I really think like if you have the time, you should post here first, and then look into Steam and all of those things, because last time I checked, it's free. So, and it's really easy to upload your build. You basically go, for example, in your Mac, then you'll have like a Windows here or a Linux or whatever, and you would just, yeah, I won't register and all that, but you have this like upload game, and yeah, create an account now, and you can create your page, like design your games page, and it's kind of like, it's customizable, so it's kind of a WordPress thing, where you design your game and all of those things. And yeah, and you can host your the WebGL game on itch.io, but I don't know what's their pricing. Like, I don't think they do it for free, or maybe they do. I think it's like, maybe it's a 90% chance that they host your game for free. I don't know, you have to look into it. Yeah. I mean, it's a really cool place, but there are lots of games obviously here, and it's hard to find ones that you would like. For example, if you're a gamer, as a gamer. Um, but yeah, lots of people release here as well, and I really recommend you. Like, if you're beginning, like, this is the most free way of uploading a game somewhere. Yeah, and you can even look like itch.io WebGL cost. Pay what you want. Any price you set is the minimum price. Okay. WebGL. Today I learned you should always try to release a WebGL build on itch.io. Let's put this thing here. Yeah, Game Jam Games HTML5 is the way to go. People are too scared to download random exes. Obviously, right? They are also short. There are also short experiences where you only play for a little while and move on. Yeah. Might be free, I don't know. But on GitHub Pages is also free, but it's more of a hack, right? GitHub Pages shouldn't be like it should be a temporary way of doing things, of uploading your build. Let's say, where am I? You're asking, have you tried Stride 3D? What's that, man? Oh, game engine. Oh man, I'm not really in a place where I'm ready to look into new game engines. Like, I can do anything with Unity. So yeah. Yeah, like, I'm really not willing to learn a new game engine. There's a Godot, so Go Dot, that's how it's written, and I think that's like the biggest open source one. And yeah, 6K stars, and Godot, I think it's bigger, right? 87K. And not even Godot is not yet production ready, from what I saw. Like, it's not that complete as Unity. Even though, like, even Unity has some issues with like their management and how they handled some things with licensing and stuff, but like, overall, in Unity is king, man. Yeah, just if you're asking me like whether you should look into that or not, no, just start with Unity. Like, just go with the best. That, like, Unity is the best for Yeah, most of the games. And Unreal is the best for very detailed 3D stuff or shooters, or yeah. That's my take on it, and not everyone agrees. But it's cool to see people working on more game engines, right? I mean, probably Godot started the same way, like a small project, and now it's a bigger project as well. And it puts Unity under pressure to just try to keep the quality up. Good. Yeah, WebGL, GitHub pages, or your own server if your internet can handle it. A trick is to use CDN for caching. This is actually true, yeah. And there's this thing called Cloudflare, on which you can create a free account, and you can, I mean, you have to purchase a domain. You can purchase it anywhere else and set Cloudflare as your DNS server, so you can manage your domain in Cloudflare. Sorry, in your DNS records and all that. And I think we can go into really like trying, so I can show you how to really publish stuff. But I mean, Steam, I think I will just not have time for Steam. Let's see if I have it, if I have my Steam logged in here. Because Steam is pretty complicated. I mean, all of these dashboards are complicated, but I mean, once you get it, like, it takes you maybe just 10 or 15 minutes to create a build, or yeah, deploy, or maybe even 3 minutes to deploy a new one, and so on and so forth. And every platform has their own terminology. Like Steam has what's called depot, yeah, and that's their way of separating a deliverable. And not only a deliverable, but a deliverable like your exe, for example, it's can be part of a depot, and the depot can be a variant of that build. So, for example, you have a game, but you also have the editor for that game that creates the levels for that game. Maybe you have them separate. Like, you're not using Unity to create the levels, but you're using like a standalone. You're building with Unity the editor for your game, and that's like another depot, right? And so on. Yeah, I'll look into that. Let's see what. Yeah, I've worked on like, what type of game have you made? So I've created Dragon Shift. It's called. It's a game. It's turn-based RPG multiplayer online. Turn-based, said, game with lots of levels and a nice unique mechanic, but it's on pause now. I mostly worked as a contractor for other people, and yeah, I haven't, but I started a lot of projects and they are on pause. And even really small ones, which I look forward to resuming some days. And even I mean, the main one is this turn-based one, Dragon Shift. I put it in the chat. You know what? Let me. This is it. And it works on WebGL, iOS, Android, PC, Mac, Linux, everywhere, except on consoles. Yeah, it's with an authoritative server. And it took 7 years, but with pauses. And currently we're doing one of those pauses. I think you can download it from Google Play, but they keep bugging me about updating something about it because they will want something about like keeping it with the newest API or something like that. Well, yeah, the best way of renting stuff is to just have your own uh, server or old PC or laptop. Um, have an UPS or have a laptop because the laptop has a UPS built in and run it there, or just run it on Amazon if you can afford it. Yeah, I've created my own networking from scratch in C Sharp, and I only used it for this game because I wanted full consistency with web sockets. Yeah, it took a lot of time. I first used um, I don't remember what it was called, but it was like one of the most popular libraries that are easy to use for Unity, but it's not really what I wanted. Like I couldn't control every piece of the state. Because if you don't have consistency in your state in a turn-based game, then it's weird. Like in a shooter game, there's not too many things to track. Like yeah, you have to track kills, like what positions, what weapons they have, and all of that. Like, but in a turn-based game, you have a lot of the game states of the game of the game's state. Yeah. So it's steamworks.com. I think. Is that? No, it's not that. Steamworks. Okay, partner.steamgames.com. Enter the code from your email. Okay, let me. Okay, continue the onboarding process and all of that. Yeah, I used the Steamworks, so I have all of this knowledge for releasing a game on Steam, and there's a lot of things like the banners. You have a lot of types of banners, feature images, screenshots, descriptions. It's quite time consuming. I mean, you need like a full day to fully uh, grasp how to publish on Steam once you have an account. Yeah, I don't feel like going through that, honestly. Um, because it's too time consuming for you now, and you will get a greater impact by publishing on itch.io or on WebGL. Where's WebGL, man? Publishing a build. Oh, okay. This one was the WebGL. So yeah, it's the order is correct. itch.io and WebGL, or the other way around. And you can also, like, WebGL is just the technology. It's not a place um, where to build. Yeah, so let's do that because that's the easiest. So first, let's go in our. So this is like one of those things where it's the lowest amount of effort for the highest amount of value, right? Um, so we've built our Android, and I will come back to that. But let's also build our WebGL. Shorter build time. Yeah. Let's switch platform. Let's see what's the chat saying. Did you use UDP client? Unet. No, no, I was talking about Unet earlier, and last time I checked, like every networking iteration from Unity, it's not that good. But if somebody knows otherwise, I'd like to learn about it. Because my game was turn-based, I just could manually create everything. And just my server is very basic in the sense that it only accepts a request if every other player confirms that they've received the event. So there's an event, it goes to the server sends to every other other player says player confirmed, sends it back to the server, then server says, okay, everyone confirmed that they received the event, then now you can do the next thing. And it worked pretty well. There is an upgrade to be made there where it should accept new events to be sent, and whoever is not receiving them, they will just receive them eventually or something like that. I'm from Romania, and yeah, I'm not looking at just staying here, or even if I were in a different place, like it's not clear like where my location will be in the next half year or something. But I'm looking to relocate to San Francisco at some point because I'm working on a lot of AI stuff myself. Just cool tools, small tools, which I kind of like them, and yeah, I will just try to build my network there and maybe find some investors and all sorts of stuff like that. And yeah, I also have like my half of my brain is just game development, and I will probably use that knowledge here as well. I don't know about, so what do you think about a game like Leta Company? How long it will take someone with your skills to make it? So we want to see what's my level. I don't know what's this Lethal Company. Okay. I don't know what this game is about. I see it's okay, so it's like an action horror action game. Single player, online co-op, family, okay. Genre, action adventure, indie, early access. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's I have to really look into it, and I don't really have time for that. But I see like it has all of the components for a game. Like it has like you have interface, you have cutscenes, you have like maybe some kind of puzzle solving in a way. Like most games have those things where you have to know like what button to press, what to do, and stuff like that. Yeah, it looks like a horror game, right? Yeah, I don't know. It really depends on what tools you're using. There are so many tools and so many things that I might not even know about, but a lot of people might know about. So, yeah, I really like it. I mean, I like the user interface as well. I really like it actually, where the user interface is integrated into the environment, like in Dead Space. I really like that. Yeah, I really like this. The second screenshot actually. So you have the video and then the second screenshot. I really like that. Oh man, screenshots are so good compared to the video. I mean, I haven't watched the full video. That's why I was just scrolling through it. But I really like the screenshots. So assuming it's just one level and I'm just programming it, I'm not creating the assets because I'm not into that game. Pun intended. Um, I don't know, 2 months in the optimistic case. Oh yeah, I mean like .NET EDP client. Yeah, no, I used this guy's Super Socket. It was a guy in 2018 that was creating Super Socket for C Sharp. Kerry Jung. 2 days ago. Wow, 4K stars already. Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, this is what I've used. Yeah, nice man. Wish you luck with it. I mean, the game is really good. I mean, I haven't looked at downloads or like reviews or how many people played it, but like it's really good. I mean, I really like the screenshots. Just go, just keep it going if it's yours, or I'm pretty sure it will go somewhere. Nice man. So we switched to WebGL and we have shorter build time. So let's do build. I mean, we can also do build and run. Should we do build and run? Why not? Let's do build and run. And it will basically start a web server locally with Node.js, I think. And it will open it in Chrome for us. WebGL, save as. So in build, make a new folder. And this is a good practice, like just keep it this way always, like you have build and then the name of your platform. And even though you only have like an APK file, still like create Android, right? I mean, not here, but here. No, I cannot do that. Here. Android, right? And let's see, can I move this thing? No. Anyway, WebGL, save as um, app. I don't know. Maybe it will also create a folder here. I don't know. Okay, and now it will build. Yeah. Oh, okay, it's not yours, but yeah, I mean, man, I really like it. I mean, the only issue is I don't really have time to play games anymore. Like I love games a lot and I get addicted to them, and I try to not play that much. I only play like Doom from time to time, um, and Rocksmith 2014 I like to play because it's interactive and I'm playing with the guitar, and also what else? Just local co-op games like what was that? It was one where two guys escape from prison. I like that one. And Unravel as well. Those are the things that I'm playing at the moment. That game is already successful. I'm looking to make a similar one with improvements to it. Oh, nice, man. Nice. Actually, I didn't even show the game. Let me just show it here. This was the game that you're looking, you're telling me about. Oh, okay. So it's quite popular already. Yeah, but I like this. Like I'm saying, I like this interface and everything. Looks pretty good, man. And the visual style, there is some effort put into that as well. Some those are some post-processing stuff that are probably using the universal pipeline or scriptable rendering pipeline, like not the built one that we're using, probably. I like the title as well. Yeah, so it's building here, and what I can show you meanwhile is a play already exists. Okay. Okay, and we have this thing, and I created this test, right, in review because I've already uploaded a build for it. But let's go again. So what I'm doing here, we're basically at this point where I'm telling you, okay, how will you do it on Google Play, right? And I won't be showing you how to create a Google Play publisher account. You can just Google it. Okay, so our our WebGL started. Okay, let's just play it since it started. So here this thing started, right? And it's created like a temporary web server for us, and you have to click first in order for the browser to start playing sounds. That's how it works for WebGL. Yeah, I played it now. So we're playing in our browser. And again, it's this issue where it doesn't show all of the, yeah, and there's this issue as well we have to fix. I mean, we won't be fixing because we don't have time, but it doesn't need to be perfect. Yeah, it's this issue where you have to set it as 16 by 9. Right, and you can full screen. And this is the cool thing, like you send a URL to your users and they just play it in the browser, right? It's pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, so this is it. Let me just die and so I can see the ending screen, which is not encouraging. You didn't save the world. Yeah. It's nice, man. So that's your WebGL, and let's let me finish my thought here first. What I want to say is, like, actually creating a publisher account is, you'll just Google it, create Google Play publisher account, and you'll find the links, and it will ask you for some, you'll complete some forms, some boring stuff. I mean, yeah, it's not hard, and you can have a company or you can do it as an individual. Let's do this thing, which will be interesting. So let's create, so we have unity.doc invaders. That's how I want to call them. So .live, and has to be public in order for us to be able to play it, and in order for everyone to be able to play it. And yeah, we create the repo. We then clone it, or we don't really clone it. Yeah, there are multiple ways in which you can do this, but to keep it really simple, we go here in the WebGL. This is the app, and we can just create here a repo. Yeah, let's do that. But you have to make sure that you don't delete it. Okay, repo clone, not clone, repo add or create. Dev, yeah, I don't know, where is it actually? Dev, doc invaders, build, WebGL, app. Yeah, like I shouldn't, like, it's just two folders, one, but it's fine. So it is not like the best way of doing it, but it's temporary so that I can basically a git repo will be created inside this folder. Where are you, man? Where are you? Okay, I think there was an issue. I don't know. Add or create again. Doc invaders, build, WebGL app, open. Okay. I'm not seeing it. You know what? Let's just move it somewhere. We'll just move it. Let's copy. And where should I put it? Yeah, let's just put it here. So, I mean, I can just paste it directly. And to be called WebGL. And now we can add the repo, add or create. Dev. Okay, now it asks whether to initialize. Okay, initialize it. And these are our assets. We create our first commit. I'm pressing Alt and Enter to commit. And now we're adding a remote. Add the remote, and we go here to add the remote. Actually, yeah, it's this one. What is your rate to work on a project? I don't know. I'm not really working anymore. For somebody to convince me to not work on my own stuff, maybe it's like $150 per hour, something like that. But not for long, just maybe a month or two. And that's a lot of money for somebody that's just getting started, maybe. But with my own expertise, like everything I know, that's the opportunity cost for me, right? That's what I pay for not working on my own stuff. So we've added our remote and we push it. And then we go, we're waiting for pushing like 4 megs per second and so on. But then we go in the settings and go pages, so GitHub pages, and then we do GitHub deploy from a branch. And we'll have to select a branch. And let's see, do we have like the main branch? Yeah. Okay, it pushed. Deploy from the main branch. Save. And now you can, yeah, you can write this, I think, and play it. Basically, you'll go here, I think, and you'll wait for this thing to finish. So GitHub Actions, this is a thing that GitHub automatically does for you. So it's like an action, a GitHub action that's built in. And let's keep this here. Okay, deploying. Okay, it deployed it. And it also gave you the URL. Unable to parse, this can happen if build compression was enabled, but web server hosting cannot. Yeah, this is a thing that it's not the perfect way of doing it. If you have your own server, it's better because your users can download your game faster. But just to test it and all of that stuff, you have to disable WebGL's compression. And it's somewhere here, publishing settings. Compression format disabled. Data caching, I also had some issues with this one. Let's disable it. If you just want to have maximum compatibility, right? You should keep it on for like a real game, or just to disable it, but then remember to keep it. To turn it on back at some point. Initially memory size, okay. Power presence, high performance. maximum memory size, like you would usually increase this one a bit. But remember, like these are like megs, so it's 2 gigs of RAM. And if your game is really like a slow-paced, turn-based, not graphically intensive game, you should like put this low power here, in my opinion, because it will consume less power. Yeah. Ah, okay. Okay, so it's about GPU, whether to use your dedicated GPU or built-in GPU, integrated GPU. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So if you have a graphically intensive game, you'd probably use it this way. Command Shift B. Let's do build. And let's see if it takes less time now. Aren't you afraid that someone will get your C# code? What do you mean, in the WebGL? So what I've done actually, I'm only pushing. So this is, I mean, it's fine if somebody takes hold of this code. It's just educational stuff. But I won't be publishing this code. It was published for a while, but I unpublished it. For the actual Duck Invaders game, it's private. But I've created a new repo for just putting the WebGL artifacts. So only the build result is here, right? And it's public, and it's the way that way because GitHub now needs you to have your repo be public to have your repo as publicly visible in order to use GitHub pages. Yeah. And yeah, maybe somebody can reverse engineer it, but I don't care. It's Unity, I think it has a Vulkan. I mean, it should have, and it's for Android as well. Yeah, it has it here. So, Android resolution and presentation, and you have it here somewhere. Resolution. Rendering, auto graphics API. It was somewhere here. Yeah, if you uncheck auto graphics API, you can choose OpenGL3, Vulkan, and these are the order in which it will choose them. And you can also have OpenGL2, which is deprecated at this point. And I think for iOS as well. I mean, for iOS, we have Metal, so. Where is it? Metal API validation, yeah. Yeah, well, I didn't always think of opportunity cost, but yeah. That's nice, man. If somebody can reverse engineer a game built with the WebGL, which uses a very complicated thing that, yeah, it uses LMVM or something like that. LMVM. Yeah. And yeah, I just the source code would be my price for that person. So I'll be happy if they will. No, like 99% of people who are afraid of people stealing their idea or code or something like that, they're wrong. But I mean, of course, if you're building a game which will make money at some point, like, yeah, you won't be sharing your source code, of course. Yeah, so I've built this one. and it should be here, and it's this one, and it should be, where is the duck invaders? This one. I mean, oops, that's not what I want. We have the app. Yeah, good, and now I can push it. So yeah, I see there are no more GS tar.gs archives. And this thing is annoying, I will just ignore it. Commit and push. Oh, on Windows, of course, it's the easiest one to reverse engineer because DLLs have C# code directly. But if you do it with IL2CPP, I don't think you can reverse engineer it that easily. So if you go here in, yeah, even for Windows, if you do it IL2CPP, it's very hard to reverse engineer because it's a different way of doing things. Yeah, and IL2CPP is like the way you should do it anyway, because of a lot of optimizations and stuff, and just to have consistency across platforms, because iOS requires it, then Android requires it, WebGL, then you also like put it on your. So Mono is for iteration, and IL2CPP is for like the real thing, like the when you actually ship it to your players. Okay, so I pushed it. It already deployed. Let's shift refresh. Yeah. So this is our game. So now our game is hosted and you can play it. So you can play it from here. Bam. Everyone on Earth can play this game now. And that's how you do it, all for free. And yeah. Yeah. But yeah, you have to. And you can have full screen as well. Yeah. So I forgot to do this thing where I will go to resolution and presentation, and I'll do like what's a 16 by 9 resolution here. So I don't know, is this one or no? It's this one. I think it's this one, right? 16 by 9. .45, and then we have okay, it's not 16 by 1. Well, I'll just keep it like this. And you can have like the minimal template or this one template, but yeah, you can customize that. So basically you can have maybe a React frontend or Angular frontend where your Unity game is just a plugin for that website, right? And that's the way it works for Android as well. So you can export your Unity game as a library or as a plugin, as a dependency for your Android project, which can be very big, right? And for iOS the same, and for Windows the same. So that Unity is not like the container of your game, or I mean, Unity is not like the container of your app, but you already have your app, which might be very complex, and Unity is just a small piece of it. When you press a button and it starts. Yeah. Good. So that out of the way, like WebGL, just use WebGL either on GitHub pages if will still be free by the time you're watching this stream, or on itch.io, which I think is free. And yeah, I won't be going into Steam, nor into the Apple App Store at this moment, like maybe after the Android one. But in the Android one, let's just do it. So create app. So we're here, and yeah, I'm assuming you know, or you will be able to create your account. It's boring. I don't want to do that now, and I don't think I can that easily. You create an app. You call it Block Invaders language. It's a game. It's free. Although, like, for small apps, I even like I suggest you make it paid, because when people pay for something, it's a proof that people like the thing. So or it's easier to prove that your game works if people are paying for it, right? But yeah, there's a whole discussion there. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you have to take care. Like, of course, it's not legal advice or all that stuff. So you have to do your own due diligence. Just read all of this stuff, accept, right, and all that stuff. So we have our app, and we want to do, where's the testing? Oh, okay. So I went straight to open testing in my first thing. Let's try internal testing, which is the fastest way to upload the build. Create and manage internal testing releases to make your app available to up to 100 internal testers. Good. Create a new release. Choose signing key. It will be a Google generated key. That's the easier way of doing it. Release name, just prototype, and just this is the release notes for your testers. Please break the game for me. App bundles. Let's create a new app bundle. Android, switch platform, because I already created one. Let me, I don't know, should I like delete this one, or I don't know. It's in review. Anyway, let's see if it accepts our build Android, save. Let's see. So we have our prototype. We can save it as draft. But meanwhile, you can, it will obviously ask you to do this thing as well. Store presence, main store listings. So app name, short description. A space adventure. Space adventure. Where save the world. Space adventure. Where save the world. Really. Yeah. Just put something there. App icon. I've already done these beforehand. Let's see, did this thing finish? Okay, it finished. Let's do that as well. So save as draft, and I mean, I could just use 2 tabs. Review and confirm release. Edit release. Upload the bundle, which is here, this one. let's switch back here. Yeah, so sorry. I have them here already gathered. So where is it? Where is it? Publishing. So the icon should be like 512 by 512, and they are, I don't know, they are asking for it here. I don't know if they are automatically adding it. Maybe they're finding it automatically. Let's see. After this thing is built, there's this thing. Okay. Also, I can publish it without creating the store presence. That would be the best way of doing it, because all of these things, they take time. Like you need an app icon, you need a feature graphic, you need I mean not a video necessarily. You need some screenshots, some tablet. You can use them from here. Just if you want to get started as fast as possible, you need a different screenshot here, and that's it basically. And yeah, I cannot save them. Okay, save and publish. Can I do this? This change will be published immediately. Changes usually appear on Google with Play within 1 hour, but can occasionally take longer. Okay. Okay. Publishing it in the internal track, meaning that it's only our internal testers will be seeing it. Okay. Testers, and then we add a new tester, right? We create an email list. And I don't know, some email addresses. Yeah, so do they have to be like Android, like Google addresses? I don't think so. Or should they be Google addresses? I think they should be like Gmail addresses, yeah. Well, I don't want to put my address here. I mean, already like I have my address as public, but let's put one here. So which one? Yeah. Okay. This same email list will be available across all apps in your developer account. Okay. Testers. So we are inside this game, or where is it? Okay, this is for, yeah, this is for this game, Duck. Sorry, Duck Invaders. And our internal testers will be just this group, which is there's only one tester. And if you want to be put on this list, just DM me, send me, you'll find me. Feedback URL or email address. Let testers know how to provide you with feedback. That's the address. And this is the link for the internal testing. Your account has been invited to participate in this app's internal testing program. You've been inviting to, if you've been okay, make sure you've signed into whatever. Yeah, so internal testing is you have to provide the developer or the publisher with your email, and they will add it to the internal testing. That's how it works. Good. Save. Good. And then I can yeah, I can enter it, but I have to enter it from another account. Let's see, how will I do that? I think I'll do it here in another tab. So I pasted that in that link. Oh, come on, man, I'm signed out. Yeah, and you'll basically see this under views. So it's internal. So it's like this will be your colleagues in your, if you're in a company, right? You have been invited, whatever, accept invite. Welcome to whatever. You can now download it on Google Play. Well, not found, but to get a public version. If you have whatever, Medic World, okay, you can leave, get a public. Okay. Yeah, maybe they can't see it because we don't have a store presence. So we might actually need to create a store presence. I mean, let's do that because I that's why I've created the assets. Yeah, man, you were asking something. Coroutine versus jobs. I don't know about jobs, so I'm pretty sure they are good. If if I would have time, I would look into them. Like I can create like everything myself. Like I don't need a new way of doing the same thing, right? But I'm pretty sure they are useful because people are talking about them from time to time. Are you using Unity 2022 or 6? I'm usually using whatever the current year is minus 2 years, something like that. It's like a good amount of time to wait, like 2 years. If you're serious about it in the sense that you're working on a project that you think will take more than 6 months, or you want to support it for years, 10, 5, 10 years or something, it's usually what you would want to use an LTS version. So like 2022 or 2023 would be like a stretch, maybe. For this course, I think I'm using 2022. Yeah, 2022. Yeah. I mean, this show all windows. Okay. Where am I? This app icon. So let's do the icon. And let's do this and then this. Launcher icon, feature graphic. I have a feature graphic here. Feature. This is it. Feature graphic, video, phone screenshots. You need 2 screenshots, and these are my screenshots. 1 and screenshot 2. This one. Tablet screenshots are the same. I mean, you should ideally have your real screenshots here. 10-inch tablet screenshots. This should be different. They are asking for different ones, but I just took it and enlarged it manually. Just forced it in Photopea. And if you don't know what Photopea is, it's like photo p, like PAE, like the bean.com, and it's a free alternative to Photoshop, and it's very good. Yeah, save. Let's save our store presence. Go to overview, store listing. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I know why. Because I'm not logged in into my account. Like I press it here, but it uses my, I think it uses my other account. Yeah, and I think I will go in my phone. Yeah, I'll go in my phone and my store, in the store for my account. And maybe I can search for it. Can I search for it? Duck invaders. I don't think I can find it that easily. Maybe I can search for the package name. Oh, actually, I will go through my email. I'm pretty sure I've got it in the email. I didn't get the email. Interesting. Rockstart AI. Duck invaders. Oh, yeah. you can can you see this? You can basically find your game by just writing the package name. But I'm pretty sure you can just send this link to your mobile phone and it will work. Install. This is the first time I'm installing it on mobile. And I forgot to, of course, do that thing where I wanted on mobile to enable auto firing, auto shooting. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and you have to make sure you are locking the orientation. What? I can't even do this. Okay. I thought I can do this. Like by default it's auto rotating. Yeah, this is the game. Yeah, of course there's some things to fix. Yeah. Yeah, I mean these are those things which you can fix after, right? Nice. So that's like now I'm an internal tester. And yeah, for closed test, so you have it this way: you have internal testing, then you have closed testing, and you can create a track. That's what it's called. This so you can identify the track. You can call it like beta, alpha. I don't know who's called alpha. Maybe another game, but I shouldn't. Like invaders, closed, closed testing. And yeah, here you do all of that boring stuff like select countries. Select all of them, or depending on your change to send it to Google for review. Go to not now. Testers. License tester. I don't know what that is. Duck invaders. Join on Android, join on web. Okay. Save. Not now. Then create a new release. And you add a new bundle here, and it can be, I think, can be let's see if it can be the same. Because I know on the same track you cannot add the same bundle again or something like that. You need to create a new one with and you have to increase this number here. Android, other settings, you have to increase this build version code each time you build and release a new game. And there are tools that are doing it for you automatically. Or there's a trick, actually, one of the most important tricks Very important trick. Create a menu item, if you remember from previous from past sessions when I talked about using creating a build, not build, editor code, editor tools. You can build it, and instead of this number, have the timestamp in seconds, the Unix timestamp, and that will be your bundle version code. And with each build, you will be changing your bundle version code, and you'll also have instantly like the timestamp of that. So it's the perfect way of solving this thing, because they always have to be incremented. So if you uploaded one, then the next time you have to do 2 or 3 or whatever. Let's go here. So where's here? Build Android. This thing, release name, closed testing. Please break the game for me. Yeah, so it's uploading, and you'll be able to get the link here. Version code 1 has already been used, so you have to build it with another version code, right? But let's see. Meanwhile, what we can talk about something else, because I wanted to show you also how to do it for Apple. But that's mainly it on Android, and yeah, you'd be basically cycling through these things. You even have like pre-registration. Oops. Yeah. Where's this thing here? So, oh, I think this was another tab that I didn't finish, and now it says that, do you really want to go? Yeah, I really want to go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, even like pre-registration, which is like even before everything else. But you'll be navigating through the internal testing track. These are called tracks. Closed testing, and then open testing, which is really like, it's very close to already having your game there publicly. So everyone on the store can see your game there and can join testing. So it's very similar to early release, early access on Steam. And you have a lot of things to set here. There are a lot of things to be done here. You have like, you only see like 3 things here, but yeah, there are many things, like choosing the whether your app is a health app, financial app, whether your app is targeted towards children, like content ratings and all of that. But it's just a matter of completing, filling out the forms. It's just time consuming and boring, so I won't be showing you that. Yeah, so, oh, okay, I see. So we were here in closed testing, and I was uploading manage track. Did I finish uploading it? Edit release. Oh, so I forgot to. Actually, I didn't forget. I didn't forget. It's just that it asked for a different bundle ID. Close testing. Please break it. Yeah. So yeah, we have our duck invaders, and I will be changing the game a bit. I think this week, like after we will have the sessions. So each day, like Tuesday to to Friday, we'll have 1 hour of co-working at the end of each session. Today there won't be any co-working because we went overboard there already, but the following days will be lighter. Yeah, and I will be probably working on this game a bit more. I mean, I will be actually like releasing it, so you can even try it, and yeah, but I'll see. So I've uploaded it here. Next. So we are in closed testing, and we have to go. Cannot be published yet. Yeah, we have all these things that bores me to death, and yeah, I won't be doing this. I'll put this thing here. Yeah, you have to disclose content rating, ads, data safety, health safety. Select app category. App category is adventure or arcade. I don't know. It's like adventure, let's say. And store listing contacts details. You need an email address. Yeah, it's fine. It's changing it's publishing the contact information, not yeah, tags. You should go in here in tags and role playing, all that stuff. Like you should really go here and add these things. I mean, yeah, you have all of these things. Like all functionality is available without any access restriction. Username and passwords. Yeah. Ads. So yes, my app contains ads. No, my app does not contain ads. Right? And you press not now to go here back. This is a longer one. News apps. Is your app a news app? It's not. And so on. You get the idea, right? Data safety. You have all of these things here. Collect or share any of the required data. Yeah, just I won't go into this because I would want to do it the right way. Like most of the time, you should say that yes, my app collects data because it probably will collect data. Unity collects some data. Yeah, and that's your game. That's your game. And so it's man, but what? I have the draft. Oh, okay, so I cannot, yeah, that's why I was there. So yeah, you have to complete all of those things to have the closed testing. And closed testing is get early feedback on features from trusted users without impacting your public rating and reviews, right? Easy sign up. Once invited, users can install test builds directly from Google Play. Yeah. Yeah, so internal testing is like closed testing in a way, but it's faster because you don't need the store presence. But closed testing, you need the store presence. Basically your store page with screenshots and all. And open testing is public. Everyone can see it, and everyone can see even reviews on your open testing version. Good. That's Android. So for Apple, I think that's the last one. The last thing we'll do. Let's see, man. You were asking something. Is your daily job on GameDev or is GameDev as a part-time? I did GameDev full-time probably like half of my career until now, like since 2013, was like in total was like maybe half of it was game development, and the rest was some Android development, some very brief Windows, WPF, and forms. And most of it was on Python, especially recently with all this AI stuff. And yeah, I'm really interested in everything AI, and yeah, I'm not building like foundational models or anything. I'm just using it for all sorts of tools and micro businesses and stuff. That yeah, I'm trying to ride this blue ocean, this wave, this blue wave. But currently I'm doing like 90% Python stuff, and usually like backend DevOps, infrastructure stuff, server sysadmin stuff, because I'm hosting my own tools and stuff, right? And I have like what you call like a home lab with running my own stuff, like I don't know, all sorts of stuff. And I'm also doing this platform for education, rockstart.ai, which will be a platform for free courses. It's a very big one. The idea, at least, is big. And I did this course as so it can be the first course on the platform. Yeah. I started in 2013. I had an internship at Ubisoft here in Bucharest. I was really lucky. It was my first year at uni. And then with some kind of luck, we were really lucky for the uh, for the leads there to choose us to create a game in Unity, and that's how I stuck with Unity. I basically worked on a game on a rail shooter, and it was the Oculus development kit, Oculus Rift development kit 1 or 2, I don't remember. So I was seeing like the latest tech there that was in the gaming, and it was really amazing to develop for Oculus at that early days. Yeah, I really like it, and like we've created the tower defense game. I've created a small Tetris game. At that point, I was basically just learning and getting into the team, right? Yeah. What else? I think that's it. Yeah, like a nice tower defense game and a 3D rail shooter with the Oculus Rift VR stuff. Yeah, it's really nice. Like, man, if you, at the beginning of your career, like, you should make it like try as much as you want to get into a company, like a well-established company, not in a small company. Like, try to just, I don't know, tell them that you'll work for free or something, because it's really you're learning technically, then as a person, then technical, then soft skills, then you're learning a lot. Yeah, like working in a company is amazing at the beginning of your career. Yeah, so for a developer, Apple developer, you can enroll as an individual or as an organization. And let's see, individual. Yeah. So this is the first time for me that I'm doing this, and I also like I wanted to do this for a long time, and just I'm doing it now anyway. Purchase. Yeah, you have to purchase it. Okay, so I can do it with a credit card number, but can I do it with like something else? I cannot. Yeah, well, I don't want to bore you with my credit card or my, I mean, it's actually debit card number. So, right? Let me log in here. Let's see if so yeah, I will try. I don't think it will work to upload and also have a link to like have it in test flight. Come on, man, I have to also check my email. That's too much. Where is it? Check your email. Resend. You've detected a suspicious attempt. Oh, okay. Okay, I have some funds here. Good. Ah, but I don't have a card on this account. Oh, damn it. Let me see, what card can I use? Okay, I know. Yeah, and I think I cannot use anything else, right? I need to use a card. I have a Wise account, but I don't have a card on it because it's a US account. All right. All right. Check my email. Resend emails. Approve new device. Your device is approved. Good, man, good. Cards. Proof. Sorry if it gets boring, but I have to complete my billing information, all these things here. second. Let's see, place order. Thank you. We are processing your order and we'll send you an activation email when it's ready. Please note that it may take up to 2 business days to process your order. Okay, man. So we will be talking about this maybe on Wednesday in the 1 hour co-working uh, slot, which kind of is a placeholder. It was more of a placeholder. Yeah, so let's see. 2 days, then it is. It means I cannot show you stuff on Apple stuff, but I can show you something. I can show you how to run it in the simulator. Running Xcode, last version. Okay, switch platform. And you know what? Let's go here since we are here already. Resolution and presentation. We don't allow portrait. We don't allow auto rotation. I mean, we allow auto rotation, but not portrait. Okay, Control S. Come on, man. You want to make changes? Take the platforms you'd like to develop for. I want iOS. 3 gigs for watchOS. Okay. And let's also do it for Android. Portrait upside down. Huh. So it's already disabled, but maybe it's shared between. Oh, okay, it's shared between iOS and Android. These settings are shared. They should have an asterisk here, like this one. Yeah, because shared settings between multiple platforms like this, right? They don't have it. It's a small bug on their side. Good. Control Shift B, and we can already build and run. But I think the way it works is we will be choosing a device on Xcode directly. Build, new folder, iOS. Choose. Oh, these are from Xcode. Is this Xcode stuff or is it? Yeah, with command and tilde, I can see, I can cycle through the, the windows for a program. So this is from Xcode, so I have to wait for this first. Once to access control, allowing control to provide access to documents and data and perform actions within that app. I think I'll just wait for this to download and then I'll do this. Yeah, we're at 60%. Yeah, 70%. Let's see. This is not from here. This is from here. Let's see, what did we do here? Assets, base. Okay, we've added the launcher. There are settings. So again, you have, I mean, not again, I didn't say this in a while. Each file has a meta file. If it's under the assets folder, this is under the publishing folder that I manually created, so it doesn't have anything. Let's see, this one, we've set the company name and all this, yeah. Oops. Yeah, did that. This thing, I didn't change this, so I won't be accepting it. I don't try to be completely correct grammatically. No, it's not that important. And let's just delete this thing. I don't know what it is. It's about to crash. Verifying simulator. Okay, man. If that's what you want to do. Wait, did I just... Okay, let's do this. Ready. iPhone. Manage run destinations. Simulators. iPhone. Can I just double click it or can I press plus? Oh, okay. iOS device. I mean, I think maybe I need to restart it. Build and install iPhone player. Okay, let's try. Maybe it works, but I had to, maybe I should have seen this thing here, like a simulator. Or I think there is a setting to make it run in the simulator. A build-only device cannot be used to write. No supported iOS devices are available. Oh, okay, you have to do it here. So iOS and portrait, other settings, and it should be somewhere here. Identification and configuration. Prepare, okay. Target device. iPhone.ipad. Simulator SDK. Okay, so you can only build for one of them. Build and run. Should I, in that case, use two folders? So under build, I'll have like new folder, Maybe I should. Okay, build and install. Okay, now I have simulators. Run, baby. Run, baby, run. Run on simulator for me. Okay, this is not needed. Oh, actually, Unity did its part in building the code into Xcode framework or library. I think framework is the naming, although it's technically a library. And now Xcode is building all that in a bundle, right, for the simulator. But it works fast. Nice, man. Nice. Okay, let's see. And when my account will be approved, I will be also publishing on iOS, so you will see that step as well. This is actually the message. We are processing your order, blah blah blah. Nice, man. Oh, it works pretty decently. It has maybe 25 FPS or 22 FPS. Yeah, and that's how it works basically. And actually, it's an interesting mechanic where you don't press drag and it works automatically. But you basically, I put it here, bam, there. I mean, it's kind of, maybe it is like cheating, but you know, because on mobile you're a bit disadvantaged. Yeah. So on desktop, you can just move it this way and you already, like, you just need to move your mouse and then click it. But on mobile, it's a bit more complicated in the sense that it's harder to control. So maybe it's a good thing that you can basically teleport. You can basically bam, teleport, teleport, teleport. So basically, for those of you who don't know, these green things are power-ups. So they increase my weapon, bam, my weapon level. And no, my weapon does not decrease when I die. That's I think that's not implemented. So I have like 4 levels in total for each weapon. 0, 1, 2, and 3. Right? And I want this thing. I really like this level, man. I didn't think I will ever like one of my games that much. I mean, I have one more. Yeah, and that was a lion or something. Yeah, it's just me enjoying my game. I'm actually quite surprised. I mean, that this boss battle is really challenging and enjoyable. I mean, yeah, and imagine it's a giant egg or something, right? Because that's like the game's thing. It's definitely harder on. I mean, it's definitely harder on mobile when mobile is a simulator on a desktop, right? Yeah, I just don't want to die. Mhm. Come on, man. Damn. You saved us all. Saved us all for now. Yeah, man. This is it. Guys, see you tomorrow. Today we've talked about publishing and yeah, a lot of stuff about how to turn your code into a shippable product and where to place it, and also how you should work on your project, how do you start, and how do you work in a team, and all sorts of stuff. But those parts are more of an overview, because in the next 4 days we will be, or in the next 3 days, we'll be diving deeper into like more of the like how to work in a company, how to promote yourself, how to work on your resume, and all of that stuff. And if you know someone, or yeah, that's in this domain, in like in software domain, and they will definitely find a lot of value in the next sessions, like Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday sessions. 90% of those things are universally applicable, and yeah, basically you can say, it will be a stretch, but you can say that you make money with your soft skills, not with your technical skills, and that's unfortunate, I might say, but that's the reality. So yeah, you usually make money with courage, not necessarily with technical skills. So yeah, we'll be talking about that stuff as well. Yeah, so I hope this was useful for you. It's pretty late here. I mean, it's not that late, but it took 4 hours already, so quite a lot. Yeah, no more talking. See you tomorrow, guys. Bye.